Right, good morning. It's 9 o'clock. Who's our next witness? Is it the gentleman from Macedoniana? Mr. Pieter Wenaar. Please take your seat there, sir. You can take the chair right in the middle. Right, good morning, sir. Good morning. This is a statutory inquiry of the South African Human Rights Commission into local government service provision in the Free State Province. And because this is a formal inquiry, we will be requiring of you to present oral evidence. And because you will be providing oral evidence, we will also be expecting of you to do that under oath or affirmation. Which one do you prefer, oath or affirmation? The oath. Okay. Just use the microphone in front of you and put it close to your mouth. Yep. For the record, just state your full names.
My name is Pieter Wenaar.
Pieter Wenaar. All right. And please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I swear that the evidence I shall give
I swear that the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Right, Mr. Wenaar. You've had discussions. Let me just introduce the panel to you quickly. My name is Henk Boshoff. I'm a commissioner with the South African Human Rights Commission. And the other panelists are the following people. On my right-hand side is Mr. Tunoko Modise. He's the Provincial Manager, Free State Office. Next to me is Ms. Naledi Morojele. She's a Senior Officer in the Free State Provincial Office, and next to her is Mr. Thabo Mpore, Senior Legal Officer. We will be the panel. I will also be chairing the proceedings. Right, you have had discussions with Mr. Modise about challenges, service delivery challenges in Macedoniana.
Yes.
We are also familiar with the challenges, especially water provision in the municipality, and the municipality will also come and present their case to the Commission today. You only have 10 minutes, Mr. Wenaar. We squeezed you in. We had a very, very long program. This is our 4th day. Many complainants appeared before us, departments, provincial departments, national departments, political parties, 19 municipalities. So I agreed that we give you a slot this morning before the next municipality will appear. Unfortunately, we can only allow 10 minutes so that we then record your complaint into the official report of the inquiry. Over to you.
Thank you. And I sit or must I stand?
You may sit.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, we thank you for inviting us, the Brandfort Forum, to offer Macedonianas, present you with the affairs of Macedoniana local municipality. We are the Brandfort Forum who wants to collaborate with the municipality for the benefit of the town and for the benefit of all the people in Brandfort, Winnie Mandela Town. Today I am here with a heavy heart, burdened by the weight of pain, sorrow and suffering. Our community faces a crisis A crisis of water shortages that threaten our very existence, yet, despite our pleas for help, our pleas for action, we are met with silence from those who held the power to make a difference. Our mayor, entrusted with the well-being of our town, has turned a blind eye to our plight. The water crisis always started there around 2017, and in 2017 the pipeline was built in the Brantford district, which was neglected and not maintained. A borewell are also neglected and not maintained. In January 2019, the lack of basic sewage delivery and water shortages were reported to the South African Human Rights Commission, the registration number FS 1829/0472. On the 20th September 2020, a service delivery petition hearing for Masiliana local municipality was held. The executive mayor was Councillor Stephen Kulana. The concerns was access to clean water and sanitation. The chairperson was Z. Nkita. On the 25th of August 2021 and the 1st of November 2021, we reported the dam of sewage in Robson Street, Brantford, to the municipal manager, Mrs. L. Mokatelli, with no response. In the summer of 2021, the then Mayor, Councillor Stephen Kulana, mentioned about the water crisis in Masiliana local municipality. In his conclusion of his address, he commits to continuously serve the people and build service that is more responsive, transformative, and accountable. And this, according to the Municipal Finance Management Act 56 of 2000. Let me give you a glimpse of the Masiliana local municipality's financial grants for 2020-21. 357.3 million budget estimated, 360.3 million grant for operating expenditure, 42.1 million for capital expenditure, 127 million grant for equitable share, 2.4 million grant for finance management, 11 million rand to water service grant, 1 million rand for EPWP, 30 million for municipal infrastructure grant, 153 million for regional infrastructure grant for Winburg water pipeline and its refurbishment and rehabilitation of water treatment works. Nothing happened in Winburg. No project up to date has been started. Now the local municipality financial results. 2018-2019 disclaimer of audit, 2018-2019 unaudited, 2019-2020 disclaimer of audit, 2019-2020 unaudited, 2020-21 audit not finalized, 2020-21 unaudited, 2021-2022 audit not finalized, 2021-2022 unaudited, 2022-2023 not applicable. According to the Municipal Finance Management Act of 2003, there should be an investigation. I believe there's financial crisis in Masiliana local municipality. The citizens have a right to know where the millions of grants have received have been allocated and why have they not translated into tangible improvements in our community. In Masiliana local municipality, there's a possible lack of transparency and oversight regarding financial matters. This suggests possible fraud and corruption in our administration. It is unacceptable there is no consequences for those responsible for the mismanagement of funds and the collapse of service delivery, according to the Municipal Finance Management Act, Chapter 8. The Mayor and Council are now non-caring and non-responsive to the needs of the citizens. This is a blatant disregard for the well-being of our community members because of the relentless cycle of neglect and mismanagement. Despite countless emails, WhatsApps, messages, and pleas for interventions, our municipality has consistently failed to address our grievances. All the emails from the 3rd of December 2023 up till the 21st of March 2024, there was no response of the emails. On the 15th of December 2023, we wrote to the South African Human Rights Commission about the problems there. The Commission responded on the 18th of December 2024, requesting the municipality to respond within 7 days, but the municipality did not respond to the South African Human Rights Commission. In Masiliana local municipality, there is a complete collapse of service delivery under the leadership of the mayor. The roads are riddled with potholes. Streets are dirty. Street lights remain broken for years on end. Essential facilities are left to decay. The town hall is a dilapidated state. The bucket system toilets are still in use, a violation of the dignity of the citizens. Unemployment is high. The citizens are hungry. The Constitution, Section 27, Chapter 2 states, everyone has a right to have access to sufficient food and water. Frequent water shortages and the water leakages and abysmal maintenance still continues. The mayor's silence and indifference still continues, and it is frustrating and unacceptable. The mayor failed to provide effective leadership and oversight, and this has resulted in the culture of impunity within our municipality, and maladministration go unchecked. The Code of Conduct for Councillors in Schedule 7 of the Municipal Structures Amendment Act 3 of 2021 should be enforced. All the citizens of Masiliana local municipality is angry. They are cross. They are crying out for help and intervention and want to see consequences for incompetent administration. The Mayor and Council arrogantly disregard the human rights of citizens, the Constitution, the Water Services Act 1997, the Municipal Finance Management Act, the Municipal Systems Act, the Consequence Management Act. The Prevention and Combating of Corrupt Activities Act 12 of 2004 should be vigorously enforced. The mayor even does not have respect for the Human Rights Commission. This mayor must wake up to the reality of our dire situation to recognize the urgency of our need. To conclude, no council meetings are held in this municipality. On the 7th of March 2024, the council meeting was deliberately cancelled for the second time due to the fact that no quorum could be formed. The Brandfort Forum wants to collaborate with the municipality for the benefit of the citizens, for the benefit of the town, but sadly, the municipality do not want to collaborate with the municipality. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Vinard. It is quite disturbing, the presentation that you've just made to the panel. As indicated earlier, Masilonyana local municipality is expected to appear before this panel later today in the afternoon, and we will also, pose the concerns that you have raised now to the municipality and try to understand, firstly, the alleged disrespect for the South African Human Rights Commission not responding to our correspondence, but also more importantly, dealing with the service delivery challenges in Masilonyana. We are not oblivious to what is going on there. We also read the media on a daily basis, and we are aware of especially the water challenges in that municipality. Serious human rights violations in Masilonyana. So we would like to thank you for taking the effort to drive to Bloemfontein, showing that you are a concerned citizen, that you care about your community, you care about your municipality, and you insisted to make this presentation to the Human Rights Commission. We appreciate that. If you don't mind, if you can just provide us with your speaking notes, you just provide it to the secretariat sitting over there, so that we can then just include that in our report. Thank you, Mr. Vinard. You are excused.
Thank you.
Right, we will be taking a short break. We're just waiting for our next municipality to arrive. If the Secretariat can just assist in locating the delegation from Mangaung. So we are adjourning. Those of you who want to take a comfort break, get some coffee, memorojele.
what you'll be presenting. Yeah, because he says the PowerPoint presentation was just generic, so this one he tries to respond to the questions that we posed in the notice. Yeah, but we also try for it. Let's say we start at 9:35, then for up until last 10:35. Can I open it for you? So I have it here.
You can't appropriate it from here. All you do is just to indicate the page numbers. All right, thank you. Okay, Mangaung. Mr. Masobeng. Right, good morning. Can I have silence in the room, please? Mr. Masobeng, good morning. This is a formal inquiry of the South African Human Rights Commission into local government service provision in the Free State Province. We have issued notices to all municipalities in the Free State, and we've dealt with most of them. It's your turn today. Because this is a formal inquiry, statutory inquiry, we will be requiring of you to present oral evidence. We have received your submission and an updated submission, I'm told, this morning. So we are requiring of you to present your oral evidence under oath or affirmation. Which one do you prefer? Oath or affirmation?
I think I can present under affirmation, Chair.
Affirmation.
Thank you.
That's in order. For the record, please state your full names.
My full names are Itumelen Revelation Masubeng.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Please repeat after me. I solemnly affirm
I solemnly affirm
that the evidence that I shall give
that the evidence that I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much, Mr. Masobeng.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Masobeng, just what is your position at Mangao?
My position is the head of technical services,
Head of,
which is then used to be engineering services.
that's you're the HOD there.
Yes, sir.
May I inquire where the city manager is?
The city manager, I now have to represent him because he's in council. We had to table the budget adjustment, so he couldn't miss the calendar.
Oh, and why didn't he lodge an apology with the commission?
As I was informed, I was told that he did lodge the apology, and then I was sent as a representative.
We did not receive an apology, and I have not approved, in terms of our legislation, his absence. We have received communication that you will be here, yes, that I confirm, but I've not received any apology and a request for him not to be here. So I want you to convey to Mr. More that I will subpoena him to appear before me.
Okay.
And if he's in non-compliance of the subpoena, I kindly request him to go and read the South African Human Rights Commission Act to understand the consequences should he ignore this subpoena as well.
Noted, Chair. I will pass the message.
Secondly, Mr. Masobeng, may I inquire, I mean, you are a resident or you are working in this area. Why didn't you honor the time slot that we provided to you, 9:15?
Oh, Chair.
Why are you late?
Oh, I was explaining now that I had misunderstood the venue as it was communicated yesterday, as they were asking me as I was filling the form, because I thought it's Tuscany, as it was explained. Now it took me about, 10 to 12 kilometers away from the actual venue, but then they quickly turned me around to come over here. I'm very much sorry for that.
All right.
Thank you, Chair.
You know, and I'm, let me just inform you, all these events are, the whole inquiry is being live streamed. You see 3 cameras, it's all over social media. Okay. And I need to register my discontent, my dissatisfaction with Mangaung. Firstly, your city manager, municipal manager has decided not to attend. I understand that he has other commitments, but the decent thing would have been to approach the commission directly and to apply for leave of absence, which he has not done. Secondly, you should be familiar with your city. I really hope you are. You know, you're the first municipality, the hometown municipality we had to wait for. And I really am of the view that Mangaung has got absolutely no respect for the South African Human Rights Commission. That is my view. And I'm saying it on the public platform. I'm very, very concerned about how we are being treated. And if a constitutional body is being treated like this, how are you treating your residents? How are you treating your residents? Because they are not being provided with services. Are they? We'll listen to your presentation now. Right, we requested you to prepare a submission for us. We did receive something. You have now updated it. We have not seen the updated one. So I'm going to give you only 10 minutes because, you know, we have a lot of witnesses coming to give us a high-level overview of the service delivery challenges in your municipality. And there are many. I'm a resident. I'm experiencing it every single day. You know, when I pay my rates and taxes at the end of the month, I just say to myself, you know that you're not going to get anything in return. You pay, but you will not get anything in return. That is the reality. And I'm on the public platform. I'm saying it in public. Right, so provide us with with an overview on the service delivery challenges in the municipality with specific emphasis on water provision, providing clean water to the community, informal settlements, the township areas. 2, sanitation challenges. We are aware that sanitation, sewer spillages, we are sitting on a potential disaster area when it comes to sanitation and sewer spillages. How are you going, what is the extent of those challenges? And 3, and also how you intend correcting it. Also focus on refuse removal. We had complainants here complaining about the CBD on Monday. I'm not so sure that Mangaung is really committed in addressing refuse removal. And then, you know, just on Sunday, there was an article on News 24, scientific article identifying Mangaung as the city with the second highest air pollution in Africa. In Africa, scientific study, not a thumbsuck. And I assume it's caused by the landfill sites. So if you can address us on that, and then I'm going after that request the panel just to put questions to you on any other matter, electricity perhaps, stormwater, potholes. Don't think there's a plan for potholes. What are the others? Human settlements. Yes, so overview, 10 minutes, and we'll take it from there. Thank you, Mr. Masobe.
Oh, thank you very much, Chair. Let me first start by apologizing for really portraying the city in this sense. Mistakes were very sincere. However, I do apologize to you. I do apologize to the public we have to serve. Just as I then would be hitting it right to the ground, the Commission did send some communication to the city, concerned, of course, of the low levels of service delivery. And there were specific questions that were posed to the city to say, we are concerned and we hope to be zooming into matters at a systematic, or the challenges with the systematic manner and at a strategic level. So specific questions came to the city. They start from page 2, where there was a question to say, what does the role the municipality is playing within the local government sphere? Though it was posed in a sense that it is a district, then we provided an explanation that yes, it was a district before Moteo district, which of course after the 18th of May 2011 elections, it got to be a metro that was given the full powers, even powers of administration to its council of a metro. So it is a bit practicing at a space, or you would say extent of a district, but with the internal powers, meaning that to make service to get quicker to the people. And then under 13.2, specifics were said to say you had issues around water, we had issues around sanitation, we had issues around roads as well. Well, I can sense now through the newspaper there comes the cleanliness of the city through the waste management, the human settlements as we have seen, the land invasions. But underwater, as the question was pre-posed, we do communicate that our city, at least 93.1% thereof, people have access to water through, of course, the means from Mangaung and through the means of Val Central, which is the then Bloom Water, where now 52% of the household have the piped water inside their yard. 39% households receive the water site inside their dwellings, not far where they are sharing, with 4% being the community stands and the 2% being a community tap that is serving a larger population. That is now to break the 93.1. So the water services backlog, it's a moving target. And as we did our study of a backlog in February 2024, we found that we still have about 164,713 households that we need to service to ensure that they get the water in their yard. Challenges that are hitting the metro in relation to water infrastructure is aging infrastructure, which has not been maintained over a long period of time. This is due to the prioritization of new infrastructure over the maintenance of the existing infrastructure. I mean, it's a well-known fact, Chair, that investment into the maintenance of infrastructure has been fairly low. Even the National Treasury is worried about this to an extreme point. So the low levels of maintenance were caused mainly by the low budget for water infrastructure, emanating from the non-payment of water services by residents. We'll touch on that as the presentation goes to show the levels at which the debt is standing at, because now the city is a service-prone organization, but not profit-prone. it continued to render the service as it is continuing now. The levels of the debt, they grew dramatically, and then we are stuck with the situation now, having to creatively build our way out of what is happening now. And as we go to the IDP of the city that was updated in 2022, we would learn that under sanitation, the 193,558 households as a backlog, we have serviced them, with a backlog of 71,856, being 27% of our households. So the population has access to the flush and chemical toilets, while 22 relies on the pit toilets, which have to be serviced through the honeysuckers. And like water, Chairperson, the sanitation is a moving service in as far as backlog is concerned. And in February 2024, we found out our target is 293,115 of households that we still need to service and ensure that at least they flush. Then the municipality had challenges with regard to sewer spillages and changing buckets and emptying the VIPs before. And since December, the response time up to December was a bit challenged. It was around 72 hours, though the ideal one has to be 24 hours. So through contracted services, because we have human capital constraints and money constraints, through contracted services, we managed to at least bring it to the norms of 24, and of course the worst case scenario of 48 hours, better in the 72 hours that was recorded until December. There is still a challenge where now our communities, especially that are living on the underprivileged communities, they are not able to report challenges and complaints timeously. So you'd find that we take time to get there. However, we kind of brought the situation to better than the 72 hours that was there to 24, with a worst case scenario of 48 in attending the sanitation spillages. And sanitation treatment plants are not fully operational due to malfunctioning and broken and stolen electrical and mechanical equipment from vandalism. And the budget, of course, as well, of replacement and maintenance is not catered for to the levels that are recommended, because, of course, collection rates are low while the debt is too high. Under the road network, as the questions were posed as well, we see that the city has about 3,800 kilometer worth of roads, with 2,200 thereof being gravel roads and 1,006 being sealed. In 2020, we undertook a study, a condition analysis of the city, which was never done before, and we learned that 90% of our sealed roads are in poor conditions, and 35% of the total of the sealed requires rehabilitation. We also went further with professionals that are even far more experienced than the ones you'd have in a city, because we wanted to be honest to ourselves and determine the minimums that the city should budget, which were then determined to be in order of 170 for normal maintenance, attending to potholes, and then which was determined to be 112 for rehabilitation, rebuilding, because you can only close a pothole, but over time you need to rehabilitate or rebuild. Now it was coming to a minimum sum of 282 that the city has to have on a yearly basis, from that base year of 2020, and of course increasing from then. However, as the situation stands, if one would go to budgets that are provided, of course, that are enabled by what we collect, they are off 3% of the minimum. So we fail before we start, due to, of course, the low levels of the budget there as well. Under 13.3, it was highlighted that to the extent that I've given an overview of the poor services, which were posed in the question, that we need to point out two gaps and challenges in the service provision of local municipalities. We do communicate that the efficient and effective functioning of the municipality, every municipality, is negatively affected by lack of financial resources, as I've seemed to have highlighted on all the three services. Now we are saying, and we are depicting that a substantial portion of municipal revenue should be derived, we understand, from electricity, water, refuse removal, and property tax. However, debt arising from overdue rates and services charges have reached distressing proportions, where we see that consumption has happened, but in the city's books currently, you'd find that the domestic consumers, they are at a debt level of 7.4 billion. Business, it's at 2.002 billion, with government being at 1.518 billion. Now, we are highlighting some of the causes as well that are leading to extreme level of debt, where we see that there is an unaffordability at play. There's a legacy of boycotting payment or rates and services. There's a lack of knowledge amongst the community about payment of municipal rates. Some of them, they don't even understand why should they pay at all. There's illegal access to services, where you'd find electricity and water being culprits. There are also disputes of account, where the city would bill and then the consumer says this is not what is there. Normally it would lead to the delay, but these delays, they do mature, Chairperson, to where you find they grow into being an non-payment altogether. Going down, it was said that moreover, to the extent of our overview of lack of funds, to broadly allow non-certain points, which were bulleted A to D in that letter, to say we need to allow to outline what is required from all actors involved with local municipalities. Now you'll see on A, so that we are making a sequential sense. We do that highlight that people in the space of local government, because a lot is being done. National Treasury in supporting technical skills is done, though there's a challenge of retaining it. However, what seems to be quiet is undertaking the studies of economic development that would assist cities to turn their lemonade into lemons, or their lemons into lemonade, to ensure that there would be job opportunities, because now our consumers, if they are hit by high unemployment rate, it says we are servicing without getting anything back, and any infrastructure is bound to suffer, really, which is what the situation we are in is about. So we are saying at a district level, or all other role players, if they would unlock economic potentials of these regions, but at the same time ensuring that we develop the skills of infrastructure building and
Sorry, Mr.
sustaining.
Masobeng, you have 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I'll try to be quick. So we are saying, or other role players would assist in unlocking potentials of the economy, if professionals in that sense can be brought into play. So, and as well, we would have to develop the skills of infrastructure development and sustenance. There was an interest as well to say what had happened to the city in relation to bettering the service delivery. We are highlighting that since December 2019, the city was placed under the mandatory, intervention of the national. Right there emanated the financial recovery plan and its associated implementation plan. So what we are currently doing as the city is to ensure that actions at which were identified, of course the city was involved, province was involved, and national actions identified are being put into place. However, I need to highlight, Chairperson, that those actions, they didn't look at a problem in a broad sense. They only picked at the gaps that were institutional. So the gaps that are institutional are being attended to. I must say there have been gaps. One cannot necessarily deny and say the other side was perfect while then the consumers were not paying. There were gaps as well, as we'll see below as we are talking to them. Now these institutional gaps, they were identified into the FRP, and then under the FRP came the implementation plan actionable. So as the new HODs that have started in December, the city has taken a stand to make this part of our performance, so to ensure that actions identified are being undertaken. Some are being undertaken, but they would mature in implementation because, of course, they require time and some specific budget. That's how far they managed to go. And there was a specific interest in the audit outcomes of the past 3 years. There they are. The city was on an unqualified status, audit opinion in 2020, 2021. And then it was qualified for the other financial years. Where we see normally how they would talk of wasteful and fruitless, they would have an opening balance and add on with the financial year. So since 2009, the city has been on the wasteful expenditure of irregular of 3.1 billion and wasteful of 325 million since 2009. Where now the recently audited financial year 22-23 added on 198 million of wasteful and 140 million on wasteful on irregular. Now, the main causes of irregular expenditure were identified as non-compliance with SCM processes, and for wasteful expenditure, causes were identified as payment of interest to the debtors, meaning there were delays in payment from the city side to the debtors, and then an interest would hit. Interest would have to be abided to because there would be legalities involved.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there. We're running out of time. Our next witnesses are
I see.
already waiting.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Masobeng, and thank you so much for the honesty in the presentation. One or two issues that I differ with, but I'm going to request the panelists to put questions to you based on the presentation, and if you then can just respond to those questions. Who will go first? Ms. Morojele, followed by Mr. Mpure and Mr. Modise.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Masobeng, for your presentation. I have a number of questions, but I think in the interest of time, I will limit them to the most pressing issues. You know, I want to ask you, as a municipality, is there a logic behind there still being pit latrines and bucket toilets in a metro in 2024? Does that seem logical and reasonable to the municipality? We would understand in rural areas where the revenue base is very small that there would be financial challenges, but in a metro, it defies logic. It is really shocking that there are 71,000 houses, according to your numbers, that do not have sanitation. 71,000. In Caleb, there's an area between Caleb, Mochabi, and Rocklands in Bloemfontein, where we have been several times, including Commissioner Boshoff has been there as well, where school children have to cross through sewage and flowing water. In the summer season, when there are heavy rains, the children cannot go to school, or they have to be released early from school because they will be unable to cross that area. And we are concerned that it's a matter of time before a child dies trying to navigate that area. The other issue I want to raise is that you've been placed on intervention since 2019, mandatory intervention, and you talk about a financial recovery plan, but according to the Auditor General, your finances have worsened since 2019. Your unauthorized expenditures increased, your irregular expenditures increased, your fruitful and wasteful expenditures has increased. So what we will request is a copy of that financial recovery plan, but also to understand why is the situation deteriorating even though there is this plan and mandatory intervention. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. I thank you, Ntate, for gracing us with your presence here today. We have been asking similar type of questions to municipalities. I will just pose the 2 or 3 ones that I've been asking. What is the vacancy rate of the Mangaung municipality? Do you have unfilled positions? Number 2, in your opinion, as a head of technical, HOD in the technical services, do you believe that Mangaung municipality has the technical skills to deal with the challenges that you just outlined in terms of sewage spillage, water and sanitation. Number 3, you have an underspending in informal settlement upgrade. It's at 9%. Why is that so? And what is the situation with your infrastructure human settlement grant? I will just pose those ones for now. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Boshoff. HOD, I firstly want to ask you a question and establish whether you know the wards in Mangaung, all of them. Does the HOD know the wards in Mangaung Metro?
Chair, I must say I visited many of them. I admit I was born here. I was born in Botshabelo, which is Ward 27.
Okay.
But at an HOD level, you can't really be on them all at once. So as crisis would come, depending on the extent of it, we do go to the wards physically.
Okay.
Thank you.
Because my questions will be based on wards. You should be aware, HOD, of Ward 6, Freedom Square. Sewage has been spilling for years in that area. In fact, we even had a testimony of complainants from a certain political party who came before this hearing, and they explained the extent of indignity that people who stay in Freedom Square has been experiencing for years. Children there play in raw sewer, and this has been going on for years, HOD. And when one looks at the road infrastructure that has been really being eroded by raw sewer that is running through the streets, one can imagine if there are councillors in that area or people who really care about the rights of residents in that area. So this is not just an issue that arises now. This has been going on for years. And clearly we haven't seen any movement from municipality, either taking ownership and going to these committees and saying, these are the challenges. Maybe there may be things that are being done now to try and correct that, but clearly, HOD, this is not how people should really be treated, and want to share what you are doing with that. Secondly, there's spillages in Ward 11, serious, sewer spillages in Van Stadenres, serious sewer spillages that has also caused, the health of other people to have TB. There are complainants and witnesses to the fact that these spillages have really affected their health. You go to Divesdorp, your former Naledi, spillages all over. You also go to Ward 16, in Hededal, you find also, severe spillages. The whole Bloemfontein, we have done inspections, HOD. It's a pool of sewer. The road next to a certain ZCC church, that road has been eroded. I drove those roads many years. There's literally, the road has been washed away by sewer running through. And road infrastructure is actually, there's money that should be spent to reconstruct a new road. HOD, I'm sure you are aware of downtown. Roads are filled with filth, nothing really, people going that side, businesses are really, struggling with the filth that you find in downtown. And we have, a municipality that really recognizes, right to clean environment. That is an indictment, HOD. It cannot be right that, we find ourselves in the state as metro. HOD, we also have, your landfill. When you drive to South Park, there's no law enforcement. People are just littering everywhere. And clearly, you ask yourself really, HOD, if people are really, they care about, the rights of people. You go to Botshabelo, there are people who are still using your bucket system in C-section. Your pit latrines, some of them are full. HOD, if you go there, you're from Botshabelo, you know it, when it rains, the stench of the smell of toilets. And for years, people have been subjected to such indignity. And human rights cannot stand by HOD and observe and not say anything about these things. So we would like you, HOD, to address us on these issues and really explain to this commission what your municipality is doing to address these things. And we need timelines that will speak, to when will these things be attended to. I think I'll leave it at that, Commissioner. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Modise. HOD, when did you assume duty at Mangaung?
Chair, 2018, I was appointed a GM of Roads and Stormwater in Mangaung.
28.
But as an HOD of these other services of your water and sanitation, I started on the 1st of December.
Okay.
Thank
Now, I thought you were appointed recently, so I wanted to say that it's unfortunate that you have to take all the blows for something you were not responsible for. But it seems, especially with regards to roads, you are possibly and probably, let me not finish my sentence. Right, HOD, I have so much to ask, but we already have the department waiting. Firstly, how approachable is the senior management and even the political office bearers of Mangaung? And I'll tell you why. It has been a struggle for the Human Rights Commission to meet with the political office bearers. I personally had to get involved. I had to use my links to meet with members of the mayoral committee. We have been struggling to meet with the mayor. Although we were told that he was not in the office, we met in his boardroom. We could hear him speaking next door. You and one of the MMCs provided us with a contact number for purposes of rapid response. We have been trying that number, for the last couple of days, just to ensure that Mangaung provides us with a submission and so on. It has not been responsive, the number that you provided to us, and I assume that person is reporting to you, Mr. Masobeng. We cannot continue like this. We cannot, if senior staff members and political office bearers are ignoring a constitutional body, ignoring a commissioner appointed by the president and parliament, how are they treating the residents of Mangaung? How are they treating them? Now, with regards to your slides on potholes, I must be honest, I don't think Mangaung is doing anything about potholes. What is being done, the potholes that are being fixed are fixed in town, in Bloemfontein, and it's fixed by a private company, and ordinary citizens are paying for that. Nothing is being done in the township area with regards to the fixing of the roads in Botshabelo, in Tabanshu, and all the other areas. I'm not convinced that anything is being done with regards to to the fixing of potholes. You are saying there's a shortfall of 20 million. I don't think there's any initiative in Mangaung to address potholes. On refuse removal, it has been mentioned by Mr. Modise. Now, I worked, before this appointment, I worked in the CBD for 10 years, and the deterioration, the blatant disregard for the environment is so rife in the CBD. Political parties, as complainants, presented their complaints to the Commission on Monday, telling us that business cannot survive. They are moving to other provinces and cities and other parts of the city just to run a business. The unemployment rate in South Africa has reached alarming statistics. But Mangaung is just, ignoring economic growth. The business people can just, succumb to the lack of any decent service delivery in the CBD. Question. There have been allegations of collusion between private service providers and political office bearers in the municipality with regards to refuse removal, and that is the reason why there is no movement. I'm not sure if solid waste management falls under you. And then, Kokta is sitting here. They have categorized your municipality as a dysfunctional municipality. And we want to emphasize it, and it's going to be in our report. Despite the fact that you've presented a very professional but sanitized report to the Commission. And it's unfortunate that the municipality has also decided not to send one of the finance department officials. I assume I'm told your CFO will be appointed today, or there's an item on the agenda. And it's not you guys who tell me these things. My links, my informers tell me these things, because you guys don't tell us anything. But in terms of the presentation that the Auditor General presented to us with regards to material irregularities, one of the areas that they emphasize as a material irregularity is harm to the general public. And under that, they list landfill site management, they list pollution to water resources, obviously sewer spills that, flow into your sewer streams and your stormwater channels. And I want to emphasize also, again, for the record, the report on News 24, last week Sunday, categorizing Mangaung as the city with the second highest air pollution in Africa, on the African continent. It's a scientific study that they published. And I can only imagine it's because of the landfill site management. The Auditor General goes further. It says, with regards to your municipality, findings were identified on dysfunctional wastewater treatment plants and waste landfill sites. This was due to a combination of poor management in terms of minimum requirements, theft, and vandalism. When we met with you guys a month or so ago, you also confirmed vandalism, sabotage. The collapse of the wastewater treatment works resulted in raw sewage being discharged into the environment. Material irregularities were issued due to likely substantial harm to the public as a result of the pollution to the environment, which Mr. Masobeng directly affects the residents' human rights. The right to a clean and safe environment is enshrined in the Constitution, and Mangaung has a complete disregard for that right. So those are my issues. I know it's not the easy questions to respond to, but it had to be put. There's no way that a metropolitan municipality with a perceived capacity level, skills level, with a perceived more than average income, access to grants, can continue on this trajectory. It is just not acceptable. If you can respond to those questions, Mr. Masobeng.
Oh, thank you very much, Chair. And I understand the level of, hardness in our people, the level of anger. Of course, it's truly so. Then I'll be responding to questions as they were asked. I was actually noting them as they were coming so that I can engage them. The first questions were around whether is it logical to have pit latrines in the city when we are considered a metro, whether to have situations where there were sewer pools and children were playing on the sewer pools not far from Caleb Mutabi. And our financial situation seems to be worsening despite the intervention from the financial point of view. It is not logical, of course, to have pit latrines, but as the communities are growing, like I'll make an example with the very Caleb Mutabi, it's an informal settlement. It will spring out and then it will take a process to formalize and, of course, ultimately service them. I do take note that the ones of the sewer spillages is a maintenance question, which I highlighted as I was presenting to say when we got there at December, the response time was 72 hours or less. We kind of brought it down to 24 or to a worst case scenario of 48 hours. Now, the ones of Caleb Mutabi, they were attended to, but was it just for the city to leave them that long? No. I'll say a little bit about the reasons why. Since the very intervention, shortly the city losing HODs when the contracts ended and stuff, it has been broadly communicated matter, and I'll say I was part of the GMs, part of the team, well lower than the levels of the GM. The instability could be felt. Decisions would take time, of course, to be taken, which is the situation since now the appointment of Ndate More is improving. Decisions can now be taken quicker, and people can be now put into the fore to say we are servicing despite our financial situation. And why is our situation in finances and management thereof is continuing to worsen despite the intervention? Well, the intervention only attended up to a rescue phase where they were putting controls. But within these very controls, a culture shift still seems to be a hurdle, which of course now the new team is focusing on because it has to come along. Without, of course, stepping away from the fact that only in January, that's when the CM set up a working group that ensures that collection is done like it was never done before. And of course, the National Treasury was commanding him on this thing. Up to this point, seems that the situation of collection, there were soft gloves worn and a soft approach into ensuring consumers pay, especially those that afford. However, now the CM and with his EMT, Executive Management Team, They've identified even headed by law enforcement to ensure that means are in place to ensure that they collect. If given time frames are not adhered to, then they can go cut off the service and then they can talk to the consumer, arrange certain arrangements. Of course, with specialists from your finance, from technical to ensure the cuts are done, from law enforcement to ensure that anybody is not treated unlawfully in the process of recovery. So I must say, it's only recently where we got to be serious about collection, because there will always be an issue with your financials, or you would not be healthy if the money is not coming in, especially from people affording. Now, I'm glad to say that reality has hit. It has not hit the city for a long time. City used to have your loans for a long time. If you read the study of the cities network, they are saying the deterioration of many municipalities, including Mangaung, as it is where it is started in 2008. But of course, the situation was starting where it was better. That's why people think there was a service delivery. But it gradually crumbled to where now it was unbearable. Then we had to go the financial recovery plan. The second bench of questions were around the vacancy rate, were around the skill, and were around the under expenditure of the ISUPG. The vacancy rate of the city is said to be at 52%. The last I checked, I could say, and specifically of the Department of Technical Services, I always trace that one, it's at 69%. Almost 70, meaning there's 3 of us doing the job of 10. Now, when it comes to the skill, I must say that the city has not been focusing on developing your technical skills. As the question was in relation to that, to say we see the spillages, but it does have technical people appointed. These very people, they have started, you have people with your BTech, you have people with your diploma technicians, you do have people with degrees such as BSc, but the numbers, as I had said, the vacancy rate is high, they are stringent. You do have several of them that are registered with EXA. So it says they understand engineering principles that needs to apply around infrastructure. So they can even work on developing others. However, what seems not to be holding, it was over decentralization, which of course will spill to the question of the ISUPG, which now came to the attention of the city as we have been presenting to say since the CM has been there. When we talk of informal settlement upgrading partnership grant, that you are rightly saying it has been decreasing, you would find that Human Settlement Department of the city was overseeing it. Yet engineers are not residing there. Now, there was no clear division of responsibilities around it, who has to do what. Because now they have to speak to the Minister of Human Settlement and say, we are servicing our settlements. The ISOMA then decided to oversee it. Now it's coming out loud, and now there are memorandum of understanding between the departments to say, you can continue to speak to the Minister, but please leave engineers or technologists to...
Can you summarize your responses? We're running out of time.
Thank you, I'll do so. So it was, I would say, an institutional gap that we are closing, of course, to better the performance of the ISUPG. Around Freedom Square, the spillages are now attended. Yes, they've been there for years, and there were houses that were not connected. It was a bit of an unfinished project or poorly constructed since year 2014, but we have identified problems. We are working on completing it and ensuring it's fully connected all the way to the treatment plant. The landfill lawlessness and people throwing everywhere, the law enforcement is put into place. These are the problems that even introduced the new EMT. They were very much in our face. They came through many channels of complaints. So they are strengthening the Southern Park lawlessness in trying to bring SAPS to work with our own internal law enforcement and ensure from the law perspective at least it is calm so that they can maintain it. Because the challenge is that they cannot maintain the landfills if they come, when they come there with equipment, the very same lawlessness applies there. They burn it, they sabotage it, they cut its own cables, and the machinery cannot operate. So they are on their way of doing that. And there was a question or a worry that the executive management is not approachable, the mayor is not approachable. Definitely I will have to communicate this to them, because it's an experience that had occurred, and ensure that we are serious in responding to the issues that concern the community. And yes, pollution, as it was highlighted, there was material irregularities that were brought up by AG in their reports. On one instance, they had brought up the treatment plant of Botshabelo, which has been running for years. We are refurbishing it as we speak. Appointments were done. They were done regularly this time around. That's where I believe people think we wasted time for that, but we are refurbishing. They came to our attention. And yes, it says we have to strengthen in our cleanliness. The downtown issue is coming as well to say it's very much dirty. The city used to have community-based cleaners and community-based plumbers that would work 3 days of the 5 days. However, the program fell off. We are then working on, we started with water, of course, in trying to attend to the leaks, because it says when you're losing water, you're losing money. To follow would be the roads to ensure at least three days in a 7-day week, or in a 6 working week, the people then can clean, at least tidy up the environment in trying to look like we are the city ready to accept investment and thrive. Thank you very much.
Is there collusion taking place with regards to refuse removal, in your view?
In my view, Chair, it has always been a technical view mine, which I believe will suffice. There has not been a serious planning of resources. It still is the case now on many things, where people, I even fight with councillors, I know, over the fact that you would have one grader, but they expect it to attend to all 51 wards. It's impossible. When I worked it out, I saw that I need 26 graders to at least touch every inch of a gravel road twice in a year. That fact, they throw it away. I can assure you, they call it big English. With solid waste, it's a fact. You cannot have those 4 compactors and hope they will cover the city. Once contractors are coming, because they want overtime, now we term it our way to say, they are colluding, they are taking our job. But no one is making sure, just Velcom, it's far less in space than Mangaung, but they have got about 50 of the compactors. We still have far lesser than that. So it's a bit impossible that the city can internalize and ensure that it renders the service. But in bringing that fact, we had engaged National, tried to then change purposes of this conditional grant and allow us to buy plant. As a result, in around end of April, they'll be having 8 more compactors. And we're hoping to build up over and above that. Until then, the city is capable. Because right now, my community members, my councillors, they still have not wanted to ensure that that numbers are speaking to what is expected. So many compactors will deliver for you so long, once a week. One compactor is still expected to do magic, and it can only go so far. Thank you very much, Chair.
Actually, recently we have seen a spate of illegal occupation, Tabancho, of land, Botshabelo, and recently what we saw in Lorry Park. And the question that we want to really pose to you is, it seems there were no evictions that took place in Botshabelo and Tabancho. And I'm not sure whether it's a human settlement issue, but it falls within your municipality. And obviously municipality should be responsive of this land grabs and illegal occupation. Should we then accept as commission that water and sanitation in Tabancho and Botshabelo, municipality will take responsibility of providing those people since they are left to occupy those places? I'm saying this because these complaints are going to come to the commission. So we want commitment from municipality, whether municipality will be able to really shoulder, those people with the services, water, access to water and sanitation Thank you, Commissioner.
Oh, so many follow-ups. We're going to sit here the whole day with Mangaung because we are very familiar with the inefficiency. Oh, sorry.
Thank you. Ndate, I want to address your point that lack of sanitation is only in the newly settled areas. I would beg to differ. It exists in historical areas, including in the city of Bloemfontein. You will find bucket toilets. Also, I want to find out, disaster management is a huge issue, especially during the summer months. The people living in the phases and informal settlements, even the people who had settled in Loria Park. During the summer months, the municipality does not seem to have a plan in terms of disaster management, because it is something that happens every year, which should be mitigated for by now. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to point certain things for you to note. We received a couple of complaints in relation to Mangaung, so it will be injustice for me not to just highlight some of them. The following reservoirs have not been working for the past 7 years. You can take note of them. The first one is Slaptin Reservoirs that feeds Blumanda and Ferreira. Edna Reservoir that feeds Arcadia. Spitzkop Reservoirs that feed Hoornvlei and part of Languven Park. The sewage works in Diversdorp, Wepener, and Van Stansres have not been operational for more than 5 years. Raw sewage flow into the Moeder River, which supplies water to Resfonstein Dam, and the Sandspruit, which flows into Calderon River and supplies water to Welbedach Dam. In Van Stansres, raw sewage forms dams which siphons into the ground and contaminate boreholes, which is the only supply of water. The municipal water tanker available for Naledi has been broken for 4 months, and this tanker assists areas like Riverside with water supply daily. The people of Pine Haven, a new development where most of them are first-time homeowners, they complain that they are living in a sewage. The sewage system has not been working. They live under appalling conditions. Mr. Sfali, who stays in phase 6, alleges that raw sewage flows in front of his yacht next to the gate. People in Tabanchu, Moroka location, who are using VIP toilets, they allege that their VIP toilets have not been emptied. Pelesir community or complainants, they complain about constant water cuts in their area that are implemented without any notice whatsoever. So these are the complaints that I just want you to note. Thank you, Commissioner.
All right, thank you, panel. I'm not going to request you to respond to all those questions. We're running out of time, Mr. Masobeng. Thank you for your attendance, and thank you also for responding to our questions, although not all of the questions. We will be requiring of you, Mr. Masobeng, to provide us within 7 days with the following documents: your water development plan, your integrated waste development plan, a list of all completed projects addressing the challenges that you've identified, completed projects. Then also a list of planned and approved projects in addressing the challenges that you've identified. Not a wish list. When we raise the word or mention the word plan, not a wish list. It should be there should be a professional report of consulting engineers that have influenced the planning. Many municipalities come here and they tell us of lots of stories that they envisage for their municipality, but we know it will never happen. So, planned and approved projects. Then your financial recovery plan, and then also a response to the questions put to you during the last round of questions. All right. Mr. Masobeng, this wasn't easy for you, I know, but you must also understand that the four of us are residents. The people sitting here are residents, except for those privileged ones from Gauteng sitting at that table. How can we be satisfied with the level of service provision in Mangaung? How can we? I mean, sport tournaments are not coming to the city anymore. There's just no economic growth because of the level of service delivery in the metropolitan municipality. People come to us on a daily basis. We said, listen, Mangaung, give us the name of a contact person so that we don't lodge full-blown investigations with regards to each and every complaint. The person who promised us that he would be available 24/7 doesn't even, it's a month later, doesn't take the provincial manager's calls. They don't respond to letters. It's just and then again, how do they deal with the complaints from ordinary people if they don't respect the constitutional body? Doesn't even have the decency to respond to my calls and my WhatsApp messages, political office bearers. It's unacceptable. And the mandate of the Commission is to secure redress for complainants. And we can also do that by assisting them with litigation, providing them with financial resources to do that. That's in terms of our act. I'm not thumb-sucking. Or to initiate litigation ourselves. That is the last thing we want to do, is to litigate against government. But that is the scenario. Please convey my message to Mr. More, who has been very disrespectful, that I will issue a subpoena for him to appear before me. Thank you very much. You are released. Yeah, please run. Right, welcome, gentlemen. I have met Mr. Ngesi before, a few occasions. I don't know Mr. Kiba, but welcome. Welcome, gentlemen.
No, thank you, Doctor.
All right, gentlemen, this is a formal statutory inquiry of the South African Human Rights Commission into service delivery challenges in the Free State Province. I've had quite a few telephone discussions with the HOD, and let me also immediately acknowledge the good cooperation between the Commission and the department, especially the HOD. I mean, the first time I informed him about this inquiry was early February, I think. And since then, there has been full cooperation from the department. And I know it's the HOD's birthday tomorrow. He has passed a formal apology, which I have acceded to. And he has sent 2 more than capable senior staff members to appear before the Commission, and we appreciate that. Because this is a formal inquiry, gentlemen, it will be required of you to present oral evidence under oath or affirmation. May I just check with you, Mr. Ngesi? Let's start with you. Which do you prefer, oath or affirmation?
I'll take affirmation. Chair.
Affirmation, thank you. For the record, Mr. Ngesi, just state your full names.
My name is Tembekile Maxwell Ngesi.
Okay, just repeat after me, Mr. Ngesi. I solemnly affirm
I solemnly affirm
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
Thank you, Mr. Ngesi. Mr. Kiba, which do you prefer, the oath or the affirmation?
An oath,
The
Chair.
oath. All right. For the record, please state your full names.
Lehlohonolo, Leslie, Khiba.
Giba. All right. Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I swear that the evidence I shall give
I swear that the deliverance that thou shalt give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you, Mr. Giba. We did receive the submission from the department. Thank you for that. The HOD told me that he also submitted it to the DG for his concurrence. So I don't know who's going to do the presentation. If you can just provide us with a high-level overview. We have time issues, and let's limit it to 10 minutes if possible. I know that the challenge in the Free State when it comes to local government is tremendous. The HOD told me yesterday when we spoke telephonically that he had tasked some of the staff members to monitor proceedings on the public platform. So I'm sure that you have listened to the responses of the municipalities. You have listened to our concerns. You've listened to the complaints from ordinary citizens, from political parties, from the AG, from DWS. We are in deep trouble, when it comes to local government service provision. Mr. Giba, if you can just provide us with that high level overview of your presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson, Commissioner Dr. Boshoff, and also good morning to other commissioners. Can we go to the next slide, please? The next slide is giving an overview exactly of what it is in the report that have been submitted earlier on. The approach that we took, the categorization of municipalities, basic service deliveries, year-on-year performance of municipalities in relation to capital grants given, the MIG expenditure per municipality, water and sanitation, drink water samples complying with SANAS 241, and then the challenges
and intervention action plans, an overview of the state of service delivery within local municipalities, the broad outline in relation to measures or intervention taken by the province, audit outcomes, and then the conclusion, Chairperson. You go to your next slide, is just the introduction in terms of where do we come from, where do we find ourselves in relation to the overview of service delivery within the province. Provide a broad outline of those 2 key points, highlight some of the key interventions. If these measures and interventions were not effective, what is going to happen? We are also in the report teasing out the rationale of these measures and articulate reasons for believing that these new measures will succeed where the previous measures have failed. Yeah, basically, this is what we are saying in terms of the approach. It is in terms of the Constitution, those are the 5 objects that we are looking at. And then you go to your next slide. That's where we are talking in terms of the approach. We are saying that there are categorization of municipalities in terms of state of local government indicators, in terms of the report that have been released by the minister in the past 2-3 years ago. We have dysfunctional, medium risk, and low risk, and stable municipalities. The next slide. We are talking about the 3rd report, used MPET as a monitoring assessment tool, and then the extent of municipal performance reporting for the period July 2022 to 2023. The analysis in the 3rd report will be based on reports obtained from all the 23 municipalities across. Next slide, please. And these are the municipalities in terms of district. We are saying that Mangau municipality has slightly improved from dysfunctional to risk based on that report. And in the Harib district, all the municipalities have regressed since the assessment, to the exception of Kopano local municipality that have been assessed as dysfunctional. In Lejoliputswa, we are saying that the district remains stable in the past 3 years. Tokoloh and Masilonyana remain dysfunctional for the past 3 years. Machabeng and Tolopele have an improvement. They are now at risk, and Nala improved significantly. They are now at a stable in terms of that assessment. The last 2 districts is Tabamfutsanyana and Dihlabe municipalities regressed to dysfunctional. Mantsopa and Sotsoto notched improvements to stable. Pumelela and Ketwana local municipalities remain at risk for the past 3 years. Malutia Pofung improved from dysfunctional to risk. And Fezile Dabi and Metsimaholo remained unchanged at risk and dysfunctional respectively in the past 3 years. And Mokaka and Mafuba improved from dysfunctional to a risk, and Mwate regressed to dysfunctional. The next slide, and then the next one. The next slide is basically in terms of basic services, that the key aspects in relation to access levels of water, sanitation, and electricity, and refuse removal and rendering of services to the poor. There are challenges that are afflicting the provision of effective municipal services, as they will be teased out later. Importantly, this section will provide responses to the 5 broad areas, and they are related as highlighted in the correspondence from the commission. Next slide. We are saying that in terms of the table that is provided in the, that appears on the report. Unfortunately, Chairperson, we have hyperlinks to this, would take you to that link. Unfortunately, looks like my computer is not compatible, but or is not, cannot be used because we will be disrupting this process.
Can I just remind you, Mr. Giba, you only had 10 minutes, so if you can just focus on the critical areas for us with regards to service delivery.
Okay, Chair.
You don't have to go, you know, we have received your submission.
Okay, Chair.
Thank you.
Okay, no, this slide is only dealing about the issues on water, the provision in all areas in the province, and the issues on electricity, the next slide. And then is also indicating the expenditure of MIG, INEP, WISIC, and RBIG. And then the next slide, we are indicating municipalities that were able to achieve 100% expenditure, and also indicating the monies that have been returned to the Treasury because of a lack of expenditure by municipalities. The next slide is also indicating expenditure. Chairperson, this is all about different years. 5 municipalities that were able to spend 100%. The next slide, in terms of key observations, we are saying that in the past 3 years reporting period has invested about 2.3 billion on MIG, but the expenditure was 1.9, which represents 84%. And the rest it will also reflect in the different areas of work. The next slide. On key, the next slide is also on water and sanitation. That will be over a 3-year period, the allocations, Chairperson. The next slide, also dealing with the 3 municipalities where the minister have intervened, Machabe, Maluti, Mwate, and highlighting those projects that are under construction. The next slide is also full details of that municipality of Machabe. The next slide. And then the next slide is also in Mwate local municipalities. Chairperson, the next slide is just a presentation of a collage of completed projects in different areas. And the next slide also, and the next slide, and the next slide. The next slide is also about the samples of drinking water complying. Yes, that one. With SANES, we only have, I think, 1 municipality, which is Kopanon, that during the assessment they scored about 95%. So all of the municipalities, but as we move on, we'll also depict all the municipalities in the next slide. And then the next slide in relation to provision of electricity. This is the information that we have in terms of investment that have been made and the expenditure thereof. The next slide, and the next slide in relation to overview of state of services in terms of piped water, improved sanitation, and mains electricity supply. We are saying as municipalities still need to relentlessly implement blue drop and green drop intervention plans. And then going to the next slide, in terms of what COCTA and the DWS are doing in municipalities. And then the next slide is also about the bulk water and sanitation infrastructure, which is under stress and operate above its design capabilities. And we have those municipalities, Chairperson. And then the next slide is the actors within the local government environment that can be able to assist in terms of the support that needs to be rendered. The next slide, also going to the next slide, is supposed to be giving us to say that There's the work that needs to be performed by these departments and actors that are in local government, the support that's supposed to be given, and then the intervention intended to taken by local government. And the next slide is also dealing about the audit outcomes, and then we also providing key observations. And lastly, Chairperson, we go to the intended intervention. We are saying COCTA will be developing and implementing a customized and differentiated support intervention plans for dysfunctional and priority municipalities. We will also be looking at 9 selected municipalities as they appear on the slide, and that will also be done in support, with support from SALGA. And then we are saying that MPECs will also be, members will be trained for them to be able to do their work. And in partnership, also continue to monitor and train members of MPEC to deal and analyze and investigate this unintentional phenomenon. In partnership with Provincial Treasury, we will also be dealing with financial recovery plans at these municipalities that appear on the slide, and Provincial Treasury will continue providing support to municipalities to strengthen their budget treasury offices, and also on areas that have been mentioned there. Chairperson, as we move on, we are saying that in conclusion, despite the challenges, the detailed information given herein has shown that there is compliance of majority of municipalities in the province with human rights standards regarding provision of essential services. For example, that the above report has clearly pointed out that the provision of essential services in terms of the standard that have been set on water, on basic sanitation, and also on electricity connected. Where we are shying away, Chairperson, is on the issue of refuse removal. And then we are saying that lastly, Chairperson, notwithstanding the hard-earned successes, we acknowledge that there's still numerous interventions required for implementation towards addressing the identified challenges, both in short and medium term. These challenges undermine the successes gained in communities regarding provision of basic services. And we are also saying that as a department, efforts shall not be spared, ensuring that there is increased coordination and collaboration of different government and non-governmental organizations to realize service delivery objectives in municipalities, using one of their models, which is DDM, and then the challenges confronting municipalities may not be resolved by government alone without the involvement of private sector and other actors such as community-based organizations. The report have identified sector departments that could make significant contribution for improved service delivery. Chairperson, that is the end of the story in 10 minutes. I hope I have not disappointed you.
Yeah, your 10 minutes, Mr. Faber. All right. You know, Mr. Giba, I wanted to congratulate you on a very professional report, but then you made the statement right towards the end that there are no human rights violations when it comes to service delivery in the Free State, and now you've opened a different can of worms, because I thought there were not going to be questions posed to you by the panel. But I can foresee that statement is going to keep us here for a while, because the evidence that was provided here over the last couple of days, I mean, just on the front page of Volksblad today, there's a picture of this houses, brick houses in Ellenridge, standing in raw sewer. How can that not be a human rights violation? I do not understand that specific statement of yours. But just like in courts, you know, in courts, judges are very entitled. You know, they don't compromise on their tea breaks. I'm willing to do that, but I know my panelists, they don't compromise on their tea break. So we're going to adjourn for 10 minutes to have tea, just for 10 minutes. Comfort break, tea break. Please return at, let's make it 11:15, and then we will put questions to the department, especially on your interpretation of human rights violations. I know Mr. Mpure will ask, I know my panelists, he's going to ask a question on Section 139 interventions. I also want to know about why don't we see more Section 63 Water Services Act interventions, and so on. So the inquiry is adjourned for 10 minutes to allow you a comfort break and also a tea break. Thank you. ASPs more now? Okay. Sure. No, ask it. Don't agree with it. Yeah, I don't agree with these guys. Yo, my word. You ready? All right, we are back in session. Welcome back, panel. Welcome back, Mr. Ngesi. Also, Mr. Giba. Right, panelists, you have listened to the presentation of COCTA. I'm going to give you the opportunity to put questions to the department. Who's going first? Mr. Mpure, followed by Ms. Murojele, followed by Mr. Modise.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to our guests. Thank you for gracing us with your presence. In the presentation you just made, you showed how dysfunctional municipalities in the province, others moving from dysfunctional to stable, Nala improving significantly from dysfunctional to stable, Thabo Mofutshanyane district regressed to dysfunctional, Mantsopa moved to stable, Setsoto moved to stable, Ngwathe, local municipality regressed from at risk to dysfunctional. Why is this? Why is this happening? Why you have other municipalities who would have been stable, who have regressed? What are the root causes of this? Also, it has come to light that only 16 municipalities have functioning MPECs. Why not all municipalities? Yes, I think I'll just limit those two now.
Thank you, Chair. Gentlemen, thank you for the presentation. I think the most important question that we would like to ask as a commission is, how did we get here? How has it been possible that the municipalities in this province could reach such a dire state? What are the underlying causes? The second question is that you indicate that the problems require participation of stakeholders, such as civil society and private actors. And we can tell you that we've had a number of witnesses come here, private individuals, as well as representatives of civil society, that have indicated to us that these municipalities are unresponsive to them. And so they try to participate, they try to problem solve, they try to assist, but the municipalities are not meeting them halfway. Another issue is that many of these municipalities have financial recovery plans, but despite these plans, the financial situation of the municipalities are deteriorating. So clearly, there's a problem of either lack of implementation or the financial recovery plans are just, they're not working. So which is it? And then, you know, you indicate that the past 3 years, over R1 billion has been spent in these municipalities or been provided to these municipalities. But I think residents will tell you that they don't see where that money has gone. They don't see any difference. If you go to the communities, they will tell you over the past 3 years, things have gotten worse for them in terms of service delivery. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good morning, Tate Ngesi and Tate Giba. I want to ask few things. We heard submissions of many municipalities, you know, from the beginning of this week, even today, about, you know, vacant positions at senior management and at very critical positions at senior management level in municipalities. And, you know, my question is, what has been intervention of COCTA in making sure that, as your mandate, you assist these municipalities in expediting, you know, appointment of these managers, especially in infrastructure, you know, critical positions, which directly impact on service delivery and eventually, you know, into, you know, the rights of people to clean water, access to clean water, access to sanitation, and access to a clean environment that does not really compromise or affect their health. What we have seen, and yet, what Ntate Ngesi, is it Ntate Ngesi or Ntate Khiba, saying, you know, in his conclusion that, you know, substantially there are no violations. It worried us when we heard, you know, the submissions that were made by municipalities over sewage spillages, you know, across the province, over, you know, challenges that we have seen right here in Mangaung, you know, refuse that is not removed, you know, here in the downtown. As we drive, you know, and walk about in the downtown, we see that, and that really impacts on the right to, you know, environment. We, as commission, believe that it's a violation of rights, which is perpetual if these things are not, you know, corrected immediately. And you know, we want to understand what has been your intervention in making sure that in all these municipalities that are failing to really protect the rights of people to access water and other, you know, rights to sanitation. Why has this position been vacant for so long? I think that is the first question. I'll get, if I get an opportunity. Thank you.
Right, gentlemen, you have indicated some of the municipalities who have progressed from dysfunctional to a different status. Some have progressed to risk, others to stable. And the two municipalities that you have, you know, that I immediately identified, well, firstly, for many reasons, and you were also part of the presentation this morning of Mangaung, I fail to understand how they can progress. But what is for me is more concerning is the progression of Kopanong, who has decided not to appear before this commission because apparently they don't have senior staff members to come here. There's tremendous instability in the administration in Kopanong. But then COCTA is of the view that there is progression. The same applies to Nala, from dysfunctional to stable. Good grief. Nala was here yesterday, and it was their own, you know, we rely on presentations made by complainants, presentations made by the municipalities, presentations made by yourselves, other Chapter 9s, etc. You know, they don't even have official email addresses, Nala. They use Gmail and funny addresses. Scotch 19217. How can that be professional? How can that be stable? I fail to understand that. I disagree. I vehemently disagree with the department. Then on human rights violations, how did the department get to the opinion that there are no human rights violations in the Free State? How is it possible? How is it possible that you can make that statement if the communities of Brandfort and Winburg have not had water for months. For months. Complainants were here this morning telling us that the municipality is even reluctant to meet with them. They don't respond to letters. You know, some municipalities don't respond to the letters of the Human Rights Commission. When I started with the Human Rights Commission in January, and I had a meeting with Mr. Modise and his team, he indicated to me that for this financial year, that was in January, they had already received over 800 complaints of human rights violations in the Free State. 800. We are hamstruck. I think you said you finalized just over 300, Mr. Modise, if I remember correctly. And the department then tells us, and remember, the municipalities who appeared before us acknowledged the sewer challenges, sewer spillages into the rivers, criminal cases opened against municipal managers. Motaka was here yesterday. Remind me of the other municipalities. There were 3 others. Criminal charges opened against municipal managers for sewer spillages into rivers. And the department then has the opinion that there are no human rights violations in the Free State Province. I'm sure that the public who's viewing this are sitting on their couches laughing. Honestly, if you had said to me there are less human rights violations, I would have accepted that. But none. Seriously, you are not serious as a department. Serious. Seriously, I wish the media was here. In fact, I'm addressing the media at 12 o'clock, and I will raise this. Honestly, if you can, let's respond to those questions. I have 1 or 2 more.
Thanks, Commissioner Dr. Boshoff. Firstly, maybe I'll just like to repeat the sentence we have written. Despite numerous challenges, the detailed information given herein has shown that there is compliance of majority of municipalities in the Free State Province with human rights standards regarding the provision of essential basic services. This is the conclusion we have made, but before we go further, I think we welcome being invited, but also our work as COGTA. We are actually expected to give support and to strengthen capacity of municipalities. Now, sometimes I think, even as I read even your own vision as Human Rights Commission, your vision is to transform society. Your vision is to secure rights and also to restore dignity. And I'm sure you'll agree with us that in the past 30 years, this is work in progress. This is work in progress, and we are saying, why are we saying this is work in progress? Let's start first, and I will be responding to the first question that has been put before us. Why are municipalities moving up, but particularly, we said a number of municipalities have regressed. Nala has improved using a tool. Maybe just to take the commission backwards, what happened is that in 2021, the cabinet sat down because everybody is concerned about the state of local government. And the cabinet came up with an objective tool to say, how do we really create municipalities? That was in 2021. And arbitrarily, without putting this tool to test, they then said, we are going to look at the political situation in municipalities. By political situations, they look at councils, their robustness, how they function. They look at the intra-political divisions. They look at all those things. And they said, we are going to put this as a pillar. That will determine whether municipalities are functional or not. Another area of work that they said we must look into, that is cabinet. They said, look at governance. Look at, whether committee reports on maladministration, whether the responsiveness of councils when issues are raised, and whether these committees, when they sit, do they implement and all that. It was one pillar, and there were other 3 pillars without wasting any time, on administration, on financial management of viability, and on service delivery. Now, 2 years down the line, I think in 2020 to 2023, municipalities were not happy. Nobody's happy with being labeled. They said, but province and national, we are not fair. You can't arbitrarily say we are dysfunctional or at risk or stable. What tools, scientifically, what tools are you using to actually, so that we are at ease and agree with you? What then happened was that at national and even now, then a tool was introduced, MPET, Municipal Performance Assessment Tool. And for now, we are busy introducing this tool as a way of working with municipalities. And we said, we want to stabilize this tool. What are we doing? We then give this tool to municipalities to say, assess yourselves. All the 19 municipalities in the Free State were given the same training, same tool to say, here is a tool. MPET is actually a tool that gives municipalities 49 indicators to say, based on these 49 indicators, which are actually are based on a bigger, about 189 indicators that are found in a circular that we normally refer to as Circular 88, which was actually issued out by National Treasury. On the basis of that tool, municipalities have assessed themselves for now. And the results that we are giving to you are results from self-assessment. That, even myself sitting here, when you say NALA, then I also say that, but we can't blame NALA because they have used the tool. We still need to train them until the tool will stabilize itself. Because other municipalities that have more resources than NALA could not even, you were complaining, Chair, that some of the municipal officials, they don't even phone you back. They don't respond and all that. Maybe that is the problem you're still sitting with. So we are then saying we need to give this MPET tool enough time. So that, at the end of the day, given what we have done between 2021 and now, it is more objective. But we still have to come to the party in terms of validating the information that we are getting. And also, I think as not only as the Commission, but also all of us as South Africans, sometimes the way we use words, they really have an impact. You go to a town called Botterville. When you arrive in Botterville, you are able to access their restaurants, you are able to use the roads in Botterville, and everything is fine. Then you move to a township called Khotsong within Botterville. And when you arrive there, there's a street, there's a ward that is not functioning. And the residents in that street, in that ward, have the right, they know there's a Human Rights Commission. And then they start writing. But it will not be correct, it will not be fair to say the entire Botterville, the municipality is undermining human rights there. It is correct to say in that ward, and we need to, all of us, hence I'm saying the vision, we must transform society. But the question is, the speed, and when it's not an event. And that is why sometimes when officials come here, when they sit here, some of them, maybe through fatigue and all that, they've been in that ward. Then they end up saying, no, the entire Nala municipality is dysfunctional, something like that. And the reason we are raising this is because as COGTA, we are there every day. We are there every day, and also responding to the next question on MPECs, Municipal Public Accounts Committees. Why 16, why not all of them? And again, it talks to these challenges that you go back to how municipalities were created. You may find there's a political problem sometimes in terms of Some of the, and I'm not casting any aspersion. I wish the commission will also ask, as we come, all of us, whether we are political parties, whether we are organs of civil society, what is our contribution? At least there's someone who said, the municipality is not responsive, we have written to the municipality. That makes sense. But what do you do when you go to municipalities where both, I mean, the role players there are destabilizing the municipality so that there's no senior managers? You advertise, after having advertised, municipality does not employ anybody. The reason the municipality does not employ anybody is because there are infightings, sometimes except infightings, because already we are in 2024. Other parties are saying, no, this is an issue that we are going to use for an election. They are not saying, but our municipality, if it does not have a senior management, is not going to be stable. If it is not stable, it's not going to deliver. We politicize everything to an extent that even the employment of senior managers, it's a political game. Because it would be nice to hear even from political parties, why is their municipality not compliant? They sit in councils, they can see that, in fact, by definition, when a council does not follow the law, we must resist the temptation to always put colors, political colors. We must actually hold accountable councillors to say, councillors, why do you allow this to happen? Because they sit in different committees there. And I'm trying to talk to this issue of MPEX. Because if the 16 other municipalities have these public accounts committees, those public account committees, as the next step, they must start doing work now. They must start responding to spillages as council, not as political parties. They must start responding to communities as council. And if all of them, they are not responding, we need to be able as government they must start accounting, because they've taken oath to deliver to communities. But instead, what happens, councillors sometimes would come to a council, sit with these problems and decide to postpone a council. These are some of the things that contribute to a dysfunctional municipality. A dysfunctional municipality must not be given a color of a political party. And these are things, that is why as COGTA, one of the things that we are pursuing now is compliance, because we are saying compliance does not have a color. And this compliance says, why out of the 23 municipalities, why do we have MPEX only on 16? And we must not only call the mayor here to come and account, every councillor must come and account. Why is this not happening? And the underlying causes really on unresponsiveness, it goes back to, and this is in our report, as much as we have given more information on basic services, we must not undermine the fact that the audit reports, as we have shown you, audit reports talk to a dysfunctional municipality. Revenue is shrinking in municipalities, and nobody's worried to say, if revenue is shrinking, where is water coming from that is being supplied to communities? The roads are still, relatively speaking, I mean, in a good condition. People are driving every day. Sometimes, Chair, there's this saying that a good thing is quiet. And that is why where we are sitting with a 93.6 access to water, with a more than 80% access to electricity, with all these high percentages, actually people are actually experiencing a good life. We are not saying the few that whose human rights are being violated must not be ignored. That is why we are happy they came here. And we know that a report will come here that will actually engage all of us to say, you must do the following, so that you meet what is actually outstanding for the community. But as I said again, we'll never reach a situation of 100% satisfaction, because these rights must be realized progressively. Nobody would believe that 2024 will continue to have a vision that says we want to transform society. It's a good vision. We want to transform society. We don't know whether it will happen now, but that is what all of us, that is what the Commission has actually committed itself to do. We are supporting the Commission because the Commission is part of all of us in the country. And now another question that has been raised is around the issue of residents do not see where their money is going. I wish, I don't know whether our provincial treasury has brought records and figures here so that you can see the bills that municipalities are making out there to communities in terms of you owe us so much for this service and that service and that service. And in return, and nobody is actually, blackmailing communities. In return, all the leaders who are sitting here, maybe one of the questions should be, did you pay your bill last month? Because in return, those are some of the challenges that municipalities are facing every day, so that we don't have maybe a revolution in the country. Now, a good thing cannot, always it's quiet, it's peaceful, a good thing. So we would like, the Commission, as much as municipalities at an administrative level are facing these problems that they are facing around governance, around politics, around administration, we must also say business continue to work. The story that business is divesting, it might be true, but they're making a lot of money, and sometimes some of them, they don't even, and it's not to blackmail them, they don't even pay their dues, whilst they are able to do that. We know we are sitting with communities, and not that the face of the complaints are black. I don't want to say the face of the complainants are black, but we would like the face of the complainants to reflect all South Africans so that we solve our problem holistically. Because every time when we are not able to solve it like that, it makes things very difficult for us. What is it that is going well in our previous towns and is not going well in our townships? This is one of the areas that as we transform society, as we secure rights of people, we must also battle to solve. Because if we're not going to solve that problem, the Commission will end up being a commission that only wants to solve rights of people in the townships. And that will really be a stigma that is not fair for the Commission. Because this is a South African Human Rights Commission, and we are then pleading, not with the Commission, pleading with municipalities and pleading with role players within municipalities. Because one of the problems is that role players within the municipalities, out of their conviction that everything must be politicized, they want to put a color on a serious problem of human rights. Let us not put a color there. And
You have 1 minute left, Mr. Ngesi.
lastly then, on vacant senior management positions. The law allows council to appoint managers. What we do as COGTA is to support councils as they try to appoint senior managers. And to date, what we have also observed is that sometimes the process of appointing senior managers gets derailed. And it goes back, we are not surprised, because if you look at the definition of what is a dysfunctional municipality, a dysfunctional municipality sometimes political. It's a municipality where council and these committees and role players there are always at each other's throat. I don't...
Okay, no, we have to move on. Mr. Ngesi, thank you for that passionate response. We know you as a person who has passion and a love for local government. So, but where I vehemently disagree with the department is with regards to municipalities meeting human rights standards when it comes to service delivery. There I disagree with you. Mangaung municipality has acknowledged that Mangaung is a potential sewer disaster area. They've acknowledged it. We have met with them. There are sewer spillages everywhere criminal charges are being opened against municipal managers. We heard that someone must appear in court next week, I think. Ne? So I think there we disagree. I thank you for the explanation on the categorization of the municipalities. It makes sense to us. But perhaps you as a department must consider or reconsider the sentence that you've read out to the Commission. And we will probably also, in our report, although what you've said, Mr. Ngesi, is relevant, and I agree with most of what you've said, but I cannot agree with municipalities meeting human rights standards. There we disagree. We want to move on. I have a media interview at 12, panel members. Any further questions to the panelists? Mr. Modise?
It's just a comment, Commissioner, to the last speaker. You know, as a commission, we receive complaints from all racial groups within the country and especially within the province. And therefore, you know, we cannot go, you know, complaint by complaint, otherwise this would not finish here. Recently we received complaints in your Woodlands area where pipelines near Letifoshe has been breaking because of new developments. So there's quite variety in Paris, you know, so we, you know, colored communities, the demographics of the province, really with complaints that we receive on a daily basis, it is informed, you know, on issues of service delivery that we have brought here. So we just want to bring across that it's not a question that, you know, it's only people from historical disadvantaged communities who are bringing complaints. Yes, their complaints are speaking volumes, you know, over, you know, after 30 years of democracy, you know, we see, you know, infrastructure that was there. We understand some it is aging, but some it is because of these dysfunctional municipalities. So with that being said, panel, I just wanted to say, you know, we need to clarify this, that we do not really bring complaints from a particular racial grouping, but it's generally, you know, it represents, you know, the demographics. Some areas would not have challenges as severe as those in townships. I just wanted to bring that across. Thank you, Commissioner.
Any other follow-ups, Ms. Morojele?
Thank you. I'll keep it very brief. Sir, you said something that I think is, as a Human Rights Commission, we cannot close the session with you without addressing, to say that, you know, it's in general, municipalities are observing human rights. I think in our view, in general, municipalities are not observing human rights. For example, in Mangaung only, which Mangaung presented before you, there are 71,000 households that do not have sanitation. For us, that is not a few people, because that is just the household. If you have, let's say, 4 people per household, many of them more than 4 people, that goes into the hundreds of thousands of people who do not have sanitation. So for us, and the purpose of having a hearing like this is that it is so, the situation is so dire and extensive and pervasive. Human rights violations by municipalities are not isolated incidents. And also, very quickly, I'd like to say that, you know, residents are complaining that they pay for services twice. They pay the municipality doesn't deliver the service, then they have to, out of their own pockets, then pay for private services, such as buying safe water, paying companies to remove refuse. So is it fair on residents who do pay that they pay for the same thing twice? Thank you.
Right, thank you, panelists. I don't know if the department would like to respond. I think the only area where we disagree is the sentence that you read out to us, Mr. Ngesi. But if you can convey my gratitude to the HOD, I think the relationship between the Commission and the department is cordial. I can assure you, you know, that we are, as a Commission, we are doing everything in our power to, you know, to ensure that that we correct the injustices of the past, that we correct, you know, the insufficiency of municipalities. Yes, you know, we had a municipality here yesterday. Perhaps you will disagree with us, but our assessment of Setsoto was extremely positive. Extremely positive. I think the municipal manager is hands-on. She knows her municipality. She knows each and every challenge, and she has spoken to the challenges and also how they intend addressing it. So there are positive things happening in the province. You know, the municipalities are there, but then there are also the ones where serious intervention is needed. Please don't hesitate to use the commission to also assist. You know, we have means. I know you don't want to litigate against municipalities, but we have the power to do that. If they don't want to comply, for example, we don't have the financial resources all the time, but here and there, where you are really walking into a brick wall, don't hesitate to, if you want to approach the Human Rights Commission to assist. But thank you, Mr. Ngesi, for being passionate about local government. Mr. Giba, for a very, very knowledgeable and impressive presentation. We do appreciate it, with the exception of one sentence.
No, thank you, Chair. It is unfortunate that when we said the majority is interpreted as if we are saying no, we are not saying that at all, Chairperson.
Right.
We agree with you. Maybe let's use another term.
Lovely.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you. Enjoy your long weekend. Drive safely. I know Mr. Ngesi originally is from the Goldfields. I don't know if he's driving back there. Yeah, drive safely, Mr. Ngesi, Mr. Giba. Thank you again. You are released.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members.
All right, panelists, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to adjourn for lunch. I see is it a 45 minutes break? Yes. So if we can all be back here in this room at 1:45, and then we will listen to the oral evidence of Masilo Nyana. Masilo Nyana, are you here? Mr. Matlole? Yo. People were complaining about you this morning. Yo. Community members. Yo. All right. See you at 1:45.
one. Emo. This voice of mine is dangerous. I will answer it. Come on, come play lolly read. Allow how many round of questions? 2 questions per each or how many? So that you can speed up your time, our time. 2 questions. Yeah, just put it here. Yeah. Next to the yes. Director, are you ready? Tevza, Kapwa M. Let's start. Khalul Tingate. You okay there? All right. Oh, Mishita. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for being here. Memarike. Messi kui endade Stena. Stenani ne? Stena, yes. Aisha, I'm getting confused with your name sometimes, but it's one of those things. Thank you for being here. We are going to have a media brief with all our media house in the province. Before we could start with that, I'd like to introduce to our panel. On my left-hand side, it's Ntate Modise, who's our acting provincial manager, also our senior legal officer. And next to him, it's our commissioner, Dr. Boshoff, Henrik Boshoff, yes. So I'm happy for him to be here. And I've been listening to the proceedings for the whole week, even though I had some other areas that I have to do according to our operational plan. I was enjoying when he was asking them questions, even Tate Modise, and I said, we've got a talent. And also the panelists were here as well. And that is good, even though sometimes I've requested them to ask the question that I want them to ask, but they didn't. Let me not waste time, and let's go straight to this. The ground rules are very simple and straightforward. The commissioner is going to read the statement to all of you. After that, then what's going to happen, we'll be giving at least 2 questions from each. Then if maybe we think you can get a chance, then maybe you need some clarity, then we will allow that. Commissioner, the platform is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, all, and welcome to this media briefing session of the South African Human Rights Commission. As you know, we have scheduled this inquiry into local government service provision in the Free State Province from the 25th of March. That was last Monday, and we will be concluding the inquiry later today. So today marks the end of the Commission's inquiry into the state of service delivery within local government in the Free State. The inquiry commenced on Monday the 25th, as I've said. Right, during the course of these 4 days, the Commission has engaged with and received submissions from stakeholders representing all corners of the province, both state and non-state institutions, as well as from individual community members and organized civil society. The Commission conducted this inquiry on the backdrop of a myriad of service delivery complaints against various local municipalities in the Free State Province. The issues raised in the various complaints include, in the main, the failure by municipalities to provide water and housing, sewage spillages, sewage treatment challenges, non-collection of refuse, potholes on the roads, and persistent challenges of the usage of the bucket toilet system. On the first day of the inquiry, the Commission received testimonies from the Office of the Auditor General, the Democratic Alliance, the Economic Freedom Fighters, and various community representatives, the Department of Water and Sanitation, and the Mokari local municipality. The submission of the Auditor General, ladies and gentlemen, painted a gloomy state of affairs in relation to the audit outcomes of the local municipalities in the province. The Auditor General was concerned about the ability for about 90 municipalities to continue as a going concern was flagged by the AG. The AG also lamented how some municipalities utilize grant money to fund their operations because of their cash flow constraints. The inquiry also heard various testimonies from community members and representatives which exposed the grim reality of the lived experiences of many communities in the Free State. We heard from Mr. Mokeki how communities in Pomolong live in a man-made river of sewage. A ward councillor, Mr. Mutahung from Maluti Apufung, highlighted that several deaths had been recorded with people drowning in man-made sewage rivers. The ecological impact of the lack of maintenance of wastewater treatment plants was highlighted by Mr. McCarroll. In his testimony, he lamented how raw sewage was spilling into previous river systems and the resultant effect being water lettuces in the Vaal River. The sewage spillages were causing loss of tourism and economic development in the Metsimaholo municipality, and the ratepayers who have organized themselves into the Metsimaholo Owners Forum were contemplating litigation against Metsimaholo municipality. The Democratic Alliance lamented that 11 municipalities in the Free State are dysfunctional, which affects the ability to deliver effective services. The DA decried the issue of lack of accountability and consequence management. The various multidimensional impact of lack of water on human rights was highlighted, such as the effect of lack of water on the rights of vulnerable groups such as children, women, and older persons. The DA also alleged the existence of water mafias who allegedly sabotage infrastructure to benefit from business. This allegation, should it be corroborated, is viewed in a serious light and should be urgently investigated by the law enforcement agencies. The economic freedom fighters highlighted the challenges, particularly in Mangaung, where sewage spillages were rampant. The EFF decried the state of decay that the city of Bloemfontein was finding itself in. The Department of Water and Sanitation testified about the key challenges which require action. One challenge flagged included high water losses due to aging infrastructure, which in the main is made of asbestos pipes, which are old and dilapidated. The challenge of poor operation and maintenance of strategic assets, i.e. water treatment works and pump stations, was a challenge which was flagged by the AG and corroborated by several municipalities that appeared before this inquiry panel. The challenge of vandalism was also flagged by the Department of Water and Sanitation and corroborated by the municipalities that appeared before the inquiry panel. The presentation of the Department of Water and Sanitation indicated challenges of underspending of conditional grants such as RBIG, BEP, WSIG, and over the past 4 financial years, the Department of Water and Sanitation has allocated a cumulative total of 4.3 billion rand in conditional grants, yet the expenditure was only at 3.3 billion. The Department of Water and Sanitation highlighted that various directives had been issued to the Vaal Central Water Board to assist several municipalities with project implementation. The department further outlined various actions which had been agreed at the National Water Services Summit, such as the need for water services authorities to implement non-revenue water programs, infrastructure security to combat vandalism. The testimony of several municipalities indicated that challenges of aging infrastructure were real, and municipalities were not setting aside sufficient funds to address this. The resultant effect, due to the dysfunctionality of water treatment works, is the cause of the pollution of rivers, which is a criminal offense, ladies and gentlemen, in terms of the National Environmental Management Act. The inquiry panel heard that criminal charges had been leveled against some accounting officers for polluting rivers. This confirms the fact that insufficient attention is paid to operation and maintenance of water and wastewater infrastructure, as 14 material irregularities out of 50 material irregularities issued by the Auditor General were related to pollution of water resources. The finding by the AG that some municipalities are utilizing grant funding for the payment of salaries was confirmed by the municipalities. Hence, the call by the Department of Water and Sanitation and the Provincial Department of COGTA for municipalities to utilize 10% of the municipal infrastructure grant for operations and maintenance. Some municipalities stated that they were grant dependent and struggled with revenue collection from residents. They asserted that this impeded their ability to fund capital projects and to effectively deliver sustainable services to communities within their jurisdictions. Several municipalities also bemoaned issues of vandalism and sabotage as some of the causes why they find themselves in this position. During the testimony of various municipalities, it became clear that not all municipalities have an up-to-date water services development plan, which is a requirement in terms of the Water Services Act. This affects the ability of the water services authorities to effectively plan and progressively realize the right to water. It also became apparent that some municipalities struggle with high vacancy rates in management and technical services. For example, Motaka and Maluti Apofung had 60% and 58% vacancy rates at technical and infrastructure levels, respectively. I repeat that. 60% and 58% vacancy rates at technical and infrastructure level. Furthermore, there is a lack of skilled personnel in key departments such as technical units, which pose doubt on the ability of some municipalities to attend to infrastructure-related problems. The presentation of municipalities highlighted, The presentation of municipalities highlighted that some municipalities struggled with huge Eskom debts. For instance, 2 municipalities in the Free State Province feature in the top 4 municipalities in the country that owe Eskom Maluti Apofung owes about 7.2 billion rand to Eskom, and Machabeng owes Eskom approximately 5.2 billion rand. It also became clear that municipalities are confronted with excessive, unauthorized, irregular, wasteful and fruitless expenditures. This was admitted by COCTA in its submission to the Human Rights Commission, wherein it highlighted that fruitless and wasteful expenditure by municipalities was 3.6 billion rand in the 21-22 financial year, and in 22-23 it ballooned to 4.2 billion rand, an increase of 18%. As acknowledged by COCTA, it is clear that something needs to be done to decrease fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Consequences should be meted out for these irregular and wasteful expenditures. However, this is doubtful given the fact that only 16 municipalities have functional municipal public accounts committees in the province. It is also concerning that 30 years into democracy, municipalities such as Setsoto and Tokologo, amongst others, are still using the bucket toilet system, which is a grave deprivation of both the rights to water and sanitation, as well as the right to dignity. In terms of the 2022 census, the Free State comes second with 3.5% households in the country still utilizing bucket toilets. In terms of Section 154 of the Constitution, the national and provincial government has the obligation to support and strengthen municipalities. COCTA highlighted various interventions it had taken to support the municipalities. COCTA highlighted to support municipalities. Some of the interventions include monitoring the low expenditure of grants through one-to-one meetings with the municipalities, appraisal of municipal performance management to ascertain functionality. Although COCTA outlined these interventions, it is unclear whether they are working, as some municipalities alleged that they are not getting the requisite support they need in terms of the law. It is thus doubtful that this tide of dysfunctionality of municipality can be turned. This is because some municipalities continue to regress and move from medium risk to dysfunctionality, whilst others progress from dysfunctionality to stability and low risk, respectively. While it is commendable that the number of stable municipalities improved from 1 to 4, it is sad, it's disturbing that the number of dysfunctional municipalities only moved from 11 to 10. The local sphere of government has a central and fundamental role to play in actualizing the progressive realization of socio-economic rights. It is the sphere closest to the people. It is a crucial sphere, and no effort should be spared to ensure that local and district municipalities function most optimally. Therefore, the Commission will, following this inquiry, produce a report with findings, recommendations, and directives aimed at addressing the identified service delivery challenges in the sphere of local government in the Free State Province. The Commission thanks all who participated in this process, in particular the complainants, the interested parties, Chapter 9 institutions, local municipalities, and provincial departments. Their respect for the proceedings and input is very much appreciated. Having said that, it is regrettable that while 18 local municipalities out of 19 local municipalities honored the invitation from the Commission and appeared before the inquiry panel. Kopanong local municipality, despite being given due and sufficient notice, did not appear. The non-appearance is lamentable and concerning in light of the fact that municipalities, as organs of state, have a constitutionally imposed duty to not only cooperate with the Commission, but to also afford the Commission the necessary assistance in the execution of the Commission's mandate. In the circumstances, the Commission, guided by its enabling legislation, the South African Human Rights Commission Act, will explore the next steps which should be taken to deal with the defiant municipality. Thank you very much. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Commissioner, for the extensive report in such a 5 days. Thank you very much, and the team that we've been working with. Colleagues, I don't want to waste time. I just want us to go straight. You know, if maybe I'm going to talk, I can talk the whole day. So that's my problem. I don't want to talk. But just to say to you before you ask your questions, once Jesse Jackson said he was born against the odds, he grew up against the odds. And he is a odds breaker, or he was a odds breaker and a dream maker, and he will never surrender. And I believe we are here so that we can say to the Free Staters, as a Human Rights Commission, we are the new breed, if maybe we can call it like that, so that things can change. You heard the appalling status of our province. With those few words, let's start with hands from you, Marike. We can start from you. Ladies first. You've been here for the whole week. Let me commend you for that. Thank you. Your 2 questions.
Thank you very much. Dr. Boshoff, I just wanted to know, is there hope? Do you see hope for the 19 provinces in the Free State? And what would you say must happen now to rectify or redress these municipalities? How do you think, what should happen? Is the municipalities too big? What can we think? What must happen to turn things around?
Thank you very much, Marike. Megamke, one-on-one. Oh, no, it's fine. That is... All right, okay. Okay, Commissioner.
To answer Ms. Gerike's questions, is there hope for the Free State province? Of course there's hope. Of course there's hope. But it will require of all the role players, you know, all Chapter 9 institutions, all national and provincial governments, civil society, to work together and to find solutions for the challenges that we are facing in the province. There are serious human rights violations in the province. Volksblad this morning, on its front page, put a photo of brick houses in Allen Ridge that stand in raw sewer. It's a blatant human rights violation. And we see that everywhere. We see sewage spillages, raw sewer flowing into rivers, affecting the health of the citizens. And we need a committed and skilled staff component in all municipalities to start addressing these challenges. But furthermore, it's, you know, the political will and councillors who support their administrations is equally important. Councillors who are elected public office bearers need to support their administrations and ensure that, you know, the services are provided We understand that there are challenges. We understand that there are financial resource challenges, but we need to see more visible commitment from municipalities. We need to, and then, as I've indicated, we need all the other role players to support local government. It is, as I've earlier said, it is the sphere of government that is the closest to all of us. It affects all of us on a daily basis. You know, the majority of people walk through river streams of sewer. You can't go to the CBDs of cities and towns because of refuse that is not removed. But hope there is, but it's going to require a collective effort, Mariki, to address it. And the sooner that happens, the better.
Thank you very much. Let me do this, Marek, because of time and everything. And I know you're a good friend to the commissioner. You can have maybe one-on-one or give him a call. Okay? Just last one, this one.
The second part of my question, what must happen now? How?
Okay.
Okay, you said it needs, everybody must help to redress this, but then is there other plans or things that's...
We as the commission, okay.
Well, our process is going to unfold now. We will immediately start with the finalization of the report. And as you can expect, you know, having listened to oral evidence for 4 days from 18 municipalities, finalizing the report will take a couple of months. The intention of the report is also to make specific findings, recommendations and directives. We will provide the report to all affected parties. The report will also be tabled in the Free State Legislature. It will also be tabled in the, before the relevant portfolio committee in the National Assembly. So, you know, we will require of all the stakeholders, where we have highlighted specific recommendations and highlighted specific departments to play their role. You know, we will require of them to start implementing the recommendations, and we will strictly monitor the implementation of our recommendations.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. I think it makes sense. Marike, it's fine. Thank you very much for understanding. Ladies and gentlemen, I think now is the time for us to adjourn here. But I know you want to have one-on-one with the Commissioner on Tate Modise, both of them SABC. That is, now maybe while he's busy with the Commissioner one-on-one, then you can be busy with Tate Modise, then you can swap so that we can push time. Thank you very much, Marike. Are you still going to remain? Thank you very much. Okay.
All right, gentlemen, Masilonyana, good afternoon. Apologies for the slight delay. We had a longer than planned media briefing session. All right, I know Mr. Matlole personally. Welcome to this inquiry. This is a formal inquiry of the South African Human Rights Commission, a statutory inquiry. Thank you, Mr. Matlole, for honoring the notice and also providing us with a submission, highlighting the challenges that you are facing in Masilonyana and also some of the some of the measures that you have taken to address those challenges. Allow me just to introduce the panel to you. You were sitting there at the back, but let me just do that again. You know me, I'm Henk Boshoff, Commissioner, Chairperson of the inquiry. Next to me is Mr. Tunoko Modise, the Acting Provincial Manager, Free State Province. On my left-hand side is Ms. Naledi Morojele, one of our senior officers. And next to her is Mr. Thabo Mpore, Senior Legal Officer. Both gentlemen are admitted attorneys, so they are providing the Commission with valuable support, advice, and guidance. All right, because this is a formal inquiry, it will be expected of you to provide us or to present oral evidence under oath or affirmation. Mr. Matlole, I'm going to start with you. Which do you prefer, the oath or affirmation? The oath. Just use it. Do you have a mic? Yeah, just use the mic. For the record, Mr. Matlole, please state your full names.
Mujalafa Joseph Matlole.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I swear that the evidence I shall give
I swear that the evidence that I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
and
nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
All right, and the gentleman next to you, will you also be providing oral evidence? You will also be doing that. What do you prefer, sir, the oath or affirmation?
Affirmation.
The affirmation. Please state your full names for the record.
Kabelo Moyahabo Masekwa.
All right, please repeat after me. I solemnly affirm
I solemnly affirm
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Right. Gentlemen, we have been receiving, we are not oblivious to the challenges in Masilonyana. We read newspaper reports. We have been receiving, and I'm sure Mr. Mpure and Mr. Modise will refer to those complaints that we have been receiving on allegations of human rights violations in Masilonyana. And I'm specifically referring to, there was a gentleman here this morning, our very first presenter was from some community forum, providing us with a written presentation on all the challenges in Masilonyana, and specifically the fact that communities have not had water, specifically in Brandfort, Winburg, for months now. And the other two gentlemen will also refer to some of the complaints we have received. But for me, Mr. Matlole, what is very, very concerning, and it was also highlighted this morning, is that your municipality, both administration and the political office bearers, are not approachable by the community. They write letters, there are no responses. They call the municipality, their complaints are not being attended to. In fact, when they report their complaints, that the treatment they get telephonically is just below par. So, and even ourselves, I'm told that we have written letters to the municipality that have just been ignored. And I really want to understand the reason for disregarding the, you know, the complaints of your citizens, not, you know, not coming back to them, just ignoring them. I was informed this morning, apparently a notice was issued by the municipality today saying that the offices will close at 12 o'clock for the long weekend. And the community was complaining to us saying, hey, the offices have closed, they have a nice long weekend, but we don't have water. So that is the seriousness of the issues we have with Masilonyane. Mr. Matlole, I'm going to request you to take us through your presentation, but a very high-level overview, 10 minutes maximum. Just focus on water challenges, sanitation, you know, refuse and landfill sites, and also the measures that you have taken to address that. You know, projects that have been implemented, projects that you are planning, interventions perhaps by national, provincial government, you know, so that we just get an understanding of, you know, at least there is hope for the community. But from where I'm sitting, I'm extremely, extremely worried. Over to you, Mr. Matlole.
Thank you very much, Dr. Boshoff, Commissioner, and your other panel members. The presentation we are going to share with Tate Kabelo, who is the acting technical director. But just what I'll also do after both of us sharing the presentation, I'll also go specifically to the issues that, Commissioner, you have mentioned in terms of a response. Yeah, like I said, my name is Mujalfa Matlole. I started 5 months ago at Masilonyane on the 1st of September. It has been a municipality that has not had administrative leadership for a period of time. And there have been acting municipal managers, and the technical director is on suspension for more than 18 months. And the only director when I arrived there was the director of social and community services. But since my arrival, we have appointed a CFO, we have appointed Director of Corporate Services, so we've got a full strength from January. And we do definitely have a commitment to change the situation around. This is a municipality that has had a disclaimer for more than 6 years, consecutive 6 years. And when I arrived, 1st of September, they had just the previous day submitted 3 outstanding AFS. So I think we are gearing, and we definitely think that in a year's time, we should be getting a better audit. We should be definitely getting a better audit outcome as well as general performance. It's also one of the municipalities that it's categorized as dysfunctional for those issues, because of issues around service delivery. It's a municipality that has also challenges around financial viability. It's on a daily basis, you have attachment We have service providers, so creditors, to the tune of 130 million. And it's a municipality that is reliant on equitable grant. But through the appointment of the energetic CFO, we were able, for what I'm told, for a long period of years, there hasn't been any collection that has been made. But in February, we were able to pay salaries out of the collection, So it just shows that there is potential in that municipality, but it's a municipality that administratively has not been running well and lack of leadership. I would want Kabelo just to go on few slides in relation to issues of water and sanitation. I will address issues around waste removals and all that, and also respond to the questions that have been set up earlier. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you. The first slide depicts our, pardon, can you just go a slide up? Again. Down. Thank you, that one, thank you.
Just
so-
keep in mind that you've already used 5 minutes. You have 5 minutes remaining. High level, please, overview of the challenges and how you are addressing it.
Okay. So we have 4 towns within our municipality, Tennyson, Brandfort, Wynberg, and Verkeerdervlei. Out of the 4 towns, 3 towns we are implementing water rationing. That is as a result of our water demand being more than our water supply. In Tennyson alone, we have completed the refurbishment of the potable water pumps, and we are currently having an engagement with the 2 mining houses, being Simbanye Stillwater and Harmony Gold, with the interest of refurbishing our Tennyson water treatment works to have it operate at the full design capacity. As a result of the deficit in terms of the demand being more than what we can supply, areas within the settlement of Masilo, the township, high-lying areas are not receiving water. As a result, we are then tankering in those parts of the town. In Brandfort, the same applies. However, we are receiving assistance through the Department of Water and Sanitation, project that is implemented by the then Bloom Water, Val Central Water Board, to resuscitate 4 boreholes that will augment water supply to the town of Brandfort. Again, in Wynberg, we are receiving assistance from the Department of Water and Sanitation through an augmentation project to provide potable water from the CDBing, the then CDBing, but Val Central Water Treatment Works in Virginia to the town of Wynberg. With regards to our wastewater treatment plants, the wastewater treatment plant in Tennyson is completely dilapidated. It's in a dilapidated state. We are receiving assistance through the municipal infrastructure grant. As of the month of April, we will be having a contractor on site to remedy the infrastructure challenges that are there. In Wynberg, we are receiving assistance from the Department of Water and Sanitation. The wastewater plant is also in a poor state, and it is overloaded. We are receiving assistance from DWS with the intention to relocate and upgrade that existing wastewater treatment works. In Brandfort, we have a project that is currently under construction, also through the Department of Water and Sanitation. That is phase 2, of the project to refurbish the existing wastewater treatment works. Phase 1 of that project is complete. That was to refurbish the 2 sewer pump stations that feed into the wastewater works. And Verkeervlei, there are currently no challenges. We have completed the project to upgrade the Verkeervlei wastewater treatment works in the previous financial years. In terms of legislative compliance, as Masilonyana, we have received a directive in terms of the pollution into the raw water source in Windberg. That pollution is currently being addressed by a project that is funded through the Water Services Infrastructure Grant. We have a contractor on site that is to remedy the conditions of the sewer pump stations. The second directive we have received was in line with the sewer pollution in Brandford. That is the collector line into one of the pump stations, wherein there's a sewer spoilage along that pipeline at house number 11, Beitekan to be specific. We are addressing that matter as well through the project that I've mentioned, wherein Val Central Water Board is upgrading and refurbishing that existing wastewater treatment. Okay, thank you, I think.
Thank you. Do you want to add something, Mr. Matlole?
Yeah, the next slide is just around issues of waste, and that is also collected weekly. And there have also been interventions from the Department of Forestry and Environment in terms of trucks that were donated. Next slide. There's the three main landfill sites that we have in three towns, and where in Tennyson, I think it's 6 tons of waste that is being received by landfill sites, and the one in Brandford, which is supposed to be operating for the next 10 years, and another one also in Windberg that has been there for more than 10 years as well. Next slide. The last one will be Verkeervlei, which we are also being assisted by officials from the Department of Forestry and Environment, and the average, it's 8 tons of waste that is being processed at this landfill site monthly. And I won't be talking much about this, but just to say that there are also, in terms of urban planning, there's a township establishment process, and also in Brandford, and we are also receiving money from INEP in terms of electrification, which I think it's to the tune of 17 million. Next slide. In Tennyson, we are also going to be having town establishment at those places, and then we also estimate that there will be 750 sites, and this will assist in terms of having to settle people at these places. Next slide. Also in Windberg, there's a place that has been earmarked for further development. Next slide. And there'll be 200 slides. So in terms of human settlement, it will be in these areas where, in terms of the demand, that we'll be focusing. And
okay. Thank you, Mr. Matlole.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Mr. Matlole, you have presented a good-looking report or submission to the Commission, but I need to understand how serious the municipality is in addressing the water crisis in Maceloniana. You know, you have not addressed that. Complainants have come to us and they've said that they have not had water for months. They try and report it to the municipality. The municipality doesn't even respond to their letters, to requests for meetings. How serious are you about the water crisis? 1. 2, what are you going to do in the interim to provide the community of Maceloniana with water? What are you doing in the interim? People don't have water. I've indicated earlier that they are saying you guys are closing your offices at 12, going on a long weekend. They don't have water. Complainants coming here. You see, those for me are the aspects that you need to address. I understand all the issues of audit opinions and financial challenges, but is the municipality really serious about the community? I don't think so, from where I'm sitting. Then I would also like to understand, are there any sewer spillages in the municipality, especially your township areas? And are you aware of spillages into any water stream or river, you know, that obviously affects the health of the community of Maceloniana? But, you know, I just don't see the eagerness on the side of the municipality to address the challenges. Panelists, questions? Mr. Mpure, starting with you, followed by Mr. Modise and Ms. Morojele.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, gentlemen, for gracing us with your presence here today. I would just like to reiterate the point that was made by Commissioner earlier on about the non-responsiveness of this municipality. It's actually quite shocking. We had a gentleman here this morning complaining about how many letters he has written to the municipality without respond. And I myself can attest to that. I have written so many emails to this municipality, not even a single acknowledgement. It has been really shocking, the treatment that we have received from Maceloniana University. I mean, we refer matters to you for further handling, and we expect to get a report on what municipality is doing to address those challenges. So you have one complaint being reported 14 times. It gives an impression that the South African Human Rights Commission is not attending to complainants. We had a gentleman here today who, in his opinion, believes that there's a collapse of service delivery in Maceloniana, and nothing has been done with that. We are told that the council is not sitting. We are told that council is not being having meetings. And we want to know, what are you going to do differently to change the situation in Windbeck and Brantford, the whole entire Maceloniana? There's a crisis of water in that municipality, and this is not something that we can run away from. You can't have in the whole week complainant writing one complaint about water to the Human Rights Commission, the whole entire week. Every day, every morning you get in, you're going to receive a complaint about Maceloniana for water. And no response is forthcoming. I think that is really unacceptable. We should not allow it to happen. Sure, Chair, I'll just keep it.
Thank you, Commissioner Boshoff. Ndate Matlole, you know, we understand that you just stepped in. There were people previously who were in the municipality before you came in. And I can tell you from my, investigations that I've done in Windbeck and in Brandfort, in Tennyson, I've been to places where sewage has just been flowing into, the dam there in Makeleketla. And we have photos, we have communicated same. I don't want to repeat what Ntatempore is saying. We do not want to be seen as police officers. We want to be able to say, we spoke to municipality and these are the challenges that they are having and this is what they are doing towards resolving, the problems that we're experiencing. But then the silence is too loud, and now, complainants feel, as Ntatempore has correctly stated, that we're doing nothing. And clearly we want to, we have an obligation and a mandate to advise, local government in terms of the constitution. But if municipality is not, playing the part, that role cannot also be played by Human Rights Commission. And I think this is, that bottleneck of really silence and unresponsiveness, and whereas, the sewage spillages and water shortages, I think my question is, what would you put in place now before we leave here to assist residents in Brandfort, with potable water, if there's a tanker available for this long weekend when municipality is going, on holiday, these communities should be having water. If that can be really, done, and it should be at least a demonstration of commitment from municipality side, we'll really appreciate that. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Matlole, the COGTA was here presenting to us, and one of the things they indicated about Masilonyana is that it is actually underspending in terms of the grants it receives. For example, it only spent 52% of its MIG budget. So can you indicate to us what are the causes of that underspending and how do you plan to resolve that during your tenure? Thank you.
Okay, gentlemen, if you can respond to those questions, but please, I want to understand what will you be doing this weekend to provide the community with water? This is a crisis. It's a serious human rights violation. People don't have water. They've not had water for months. What are you going to do this weekend to ensure that they have water?
Thank you very much, Commissioner and members, for the questions. I think what is pertinent is that as the accounting officer, though there are historical problems in the area, but I do take responsibility even for what occurred previously. So I would not want to point out to say that I've just arrived. The issue is in terms of leadership, we take responsibility going forward. Kabalo later will talk in detail around the projects that we are being assisted by DWS. We had an opportunity, I think about 2 months ago, to meet with the Deputy Minister of Water and Sanitation, Judy Shabalala, in the presence of the head of Free State Province, Dr. Ntidi, in terms of the studies that they've done and the kind of assistance that they want to provide to Masilonyana. We are also about to sign MOU with Val Central as a water board to be able to assist hands-on in terms of the issue of water and sanitation. We have had several meetings that were also coordinated by COGTA, HOD, wherein different stakeholders were part of that. Indeed, even as late as last week, Friday, we met with Ntate Ntidi, wherein we are providing early in the week some measures that in the immediate should be able to change the situation. This previous Monday or Tuesday, myself and the acting director, we met with, we had a meeting with National Cocta and some other service providers who are collaborating with the Department of Technology, wherein, especially at Wynberg, they are likely to assist us with a water purification plant, that is a mobile water purification plant, because of the dire nature of the situation there, where water is also not reaching high levels. So it's an immediate project. We are just waiting for the minister to identify a date that she will come down to launch that. In respect of the issues of the complaints and non-responsiveness, I'm definitely going to avail my contacts as well as my email addresses so that I can be able to track all the complaints that the commission had sent to Masilonyana so that I'm able to be the entry point in terms of that communication. So I'll definitely take that responsibility. I know for some time that, or most of the time, there are shut down systems in terms of internet or whatever, but I'll also in some cases use my private email so that we should be able to be responsive. We do certainly encourage the Office of the Speaker to make sure that monthly there are communication platforms at what level with community so that they should be able to give feedback. So yes, we agree that it's quite a challenge in terms of communication. We certainly need to improve on that. We will share also maybe with the Commission the responses and some reports that will be providing to DWS that would also deal with issues of the directives that they have already given and the kind of assistance that they're also going to be giving us. Through your permission, I can just ask the acting director just to make some additions.
Okay, thank you, MM. I think maybe to take one from the question on the municipality's seriousness in dealing with the challenges pertaining to water and sanitation in the municipality. One can say after this position of the accounting officer was filled, there were these amends that were made with regards to meeting the Val Central Water Board, the Department of Water and Sanitation in assistance. The first assistance is through the boreholes in Brantford. The 4 boreholes that are currently under construction in Brantford are going to yield 40% of what is the current demand. As a result, once the 4 boreholes are fully functional, the areas around the new township establishment being Slovo Park will then be able to receive water. Currently, we are using only 3 of the 4 reservoirs. As a result, after completion of these boreholes, we will be able to use all 4 reservoirs. This will greatly make a significant positive impact into water supply in the town of Brantford. Again, in the town of Wynberg, to be specific, the town has endured a significant or frequent number of water quality challenges. For the longest of times, the town residents would normally receive brown water or green water for weeks on end. However, I must acknowledge that although that is a challenge of the dilapidated infrastructure being the water treatment works, the municipality has developed water safety plans. The municipality has developed water purification optimization programs that reduces as and when there is a change in quality from the raw water. That reduces the 5-day or 2 weeks normal period to at least 24 hours turnaround. So that is a significant improvement within the municipality. However, in terms of meeting the supply now, we are not yet there. However, the municipality has appointed a service provider, that is the engineer, who has compiled a comprehensive document that will be going out on tender to have a contractor to refurbish the very old water treatment works at Windberg, which will in turn assist in terms of meeting the demand.
Okay, no, I've listened to all the sugarcoating. Thank you for that. I agree with you. I agree with you about the qualities of Mr. Matlole. I've known him since the late 90s when he was the town clerk of Bloemfontein TLC. I've known Mr. Matlole and I know he can fix your municipality. But what you need to respond to is, what are you going to do this weekend to provide your citizens with water? You know, what you are presenting to me is long-term, medium-term, short-term plans to address infrastructure development, etc. People don't have water, sir. They don't have water. The quality of the water in Windberg, as you rightly pointed out, is not fit for animal consumption. What are you going to do when you leave this meeting to ensure that the people of Masilonyana have water this long weekend? That is my question. I agree with this. I know Mr. Matlole. He has already done a lot, and I acknowledge that, and I appreciate that. And we will put it in our report. But people don't have water. They are suffering. They were here this morning complaining. I've received so many after this is on the public platform. These proceedings are live streamed on all these platforms. So people are watching. They want to know, what are you going to do this weekend to ensure that they have water?
Commissioner, as of this morning, we have availed 3 water trucks to assist in Brandfort. We have availed 3 water trucks to assist in Brandfort. There is only 1 water truck in Tennyson. It's shared between Tennyson and Windberg. That is today. The reason we have availed 3 in Brandfort, it's because we are currently having an emergency at our raw water pump station. Thank you.
And tomorrow, and Saturday, and Sunday, and Monday, will a truck be going, a water truck be going to Tennyson and Windberg every day?
Commissioner, we consistently have a water truck per town to address the high-lying areas. However, today, given the challenge we have in Brandfort, we have 3 in Brandfort. That is until we fix the raw water pump station. We envisage to complete works by tomorrow. And because it's a raw water pump station pumping into a holding dam at the water treatment works, we envisage to restore water supply that is on Saturday morning.
Excuse me.
To which area now?
This is Brandfort. This is Brandfort with the current incident.
All right, Mr. Mpure?
Yeah, I was saying, I guess the question is, will this weekend, starting from today, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, will the people of these areas have water?
Correct, Chair. We will be providing water through water trucks.
You are under oath, sir. Remember that.
Chair, they will be receiving water through a water truck in Brandfort.
And Windberg and Tennyson, Masilonyane doesn't only consist of Brandfort.
Chair, maybe let me rephrase. We have a water truck in every town of Masilonyana, except for Kidifli, on any other day. That is to assist water supply in the high-lying areas. Today, as a bit peculiar given the challenge, the breakdown we have at the raw water pump station in Brandfort. As a result, going into the weekend, the entire Brandfort will not have potable water. Hence, as a municipality, we've made provision for 3 water trucks. That is to assist in the town. There is a shared water truck for Tennyson and Winbeck, going into the area to assist the high-lying areas. As of this morning, the reservoir levels in Winbeck were at 98%. So the majority of the areas in Winbeck are receiving water, with the exclusion of the high-lying areas. The same applies in Tennyson. Our reservoir levels as of this morning were at 100%, meaning the entire town and township are getting water, with the exclusion of the high-lying areas in Pahaming and Election, to be specific, in the town of Tennyson.
And the water in the reservoir of Winberg, what is the quality of that water?
The quality is good, Chair. The quality of the water in Winberg varies significantly seasonally, Chairperson. That is because of the seasonal change of the raw water quality in Winberg. As a result, it affects our purification process. It is not a constant deterioration of water compliance. We do have monitoring. We monitor the turbidity levels. We monitor the quality levels within our treatment works.
All right, follow-up questions, panelists? Mr. Modise?
The sewage in Winbeck, we understand that there's a project in place that will be attending to, but the spillage has been really going on for years, you know, and you know, feeding into that dam that you use, you know, to consume water. What immediate intervention are you putting in place to arrest the situation? Thank you, Commissioner.
Just respond to that question, please.
Commissioner, the spillages in Winberg as a result of the dysfunctional pump stations is currently addressed through the project wherein we have a contractor on site that will relocate the 2 pump stations. However, Chairperson, maybe if I may qualify, the sewer is running, yes, I agree, into the Rietfontein Dam. The municipality is not treating water from the Rietfontein Dam for human consumption. The municipality is pumping water upstream of the Rietfontein Dam into the 2 holding dams, Volvers Dam 1, Volvers Dam 2. The municipality is throwing water from Volvers Dam 1 and Volvers Dam 2 for purification. The treated water at the Winbeck Water Treatment Works is not water polluted by the pump stations, but water from the Larspreet Dam upstream of the Rietfontein Dam. However, Chair, this is one of those that the municipality has received a directive on, which we have engaged and replied to the Department of Water and Sanitation, providing our remedies to that challenge. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you. Thank you for those responses. Just on the sewer spillages, we had 3 accounting officers who appeared before us, informing us of criminal charges that have been laid against them for sewer spillages. I like that gentleman next to you a lot. I think he's a very capable person. please make sure that same doesn't happen to him. Address it. Address those sewer spillages. We cannot allow people's health to be compromised. We cannot allow that. Those are serious human rights violations. Everyone in this country is entitled to a clean and safe environment. And unfortunately, in this province of ours, there are serious challenges. All right, I'm going to, Mr. Matlole, if I hear about people not having water this weekend, I don't know. Where's security? There he is. All right, no, thank you very much for honoring the inquiry. Thank you for being on time. You were here very early this morning. Also providing us with a submission. You'll be the first to admit that things are not what it should be in Maceloniana, but we rely on you, Mr. Matlole. The community relies on you. The complainants rely on you. Please go back and help us to fix this province. It is not what it's supposed to be. It's not what the community wanted 30 years ago. And if we don't work together as national, provincial government, as local government, as Chapter 9 institutions, as civil society, we're in deep, deep trouble in this province. Thank you once again. Enjoy your long weekend, Mr. Matlole. You, unfortunately, sir, will have to work the whole weekend. On a lighter note. All right, thank you. You are released. Oh, sorry. I know that you have indicated that you will provide us with your contact details, Mr. Matlole. But we, as the Commission, we have embarked on a different rapid response approach. We receive, people would send us a WhatsApp message about a sewer spill or blocked sewer right in front of an elderly person's residence. And instead of, conducting a full-blown investigation, we feel it's just more cost-effective and just effective in general if we just pick up a phone, call the municipality and say, please attend to that problem as a matter of urgency. We don't want to call you with all these complaints. So I'm requesting that you provide us with a name and cell phone number of a person who will be on standby 24/7, who will take the calls from the Human Rights Commission and who will immediately report it to your technical directors to address those, those issues that can be dealt with on an urgent basis, like a blocked sewer or, all these complaints we get. So I'm going to request Nono. She's the most famous staff member. Everyone on the public platform has asked, they send me messages on social media asking, we want to see this Nono. There is Nono. If you can just provide it to Nono. Thank you very much. You guys are released. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, we're going to adjourn for 5 to 10 minutes for a comfort break. Inquiry adjourned. at Mr. Mpore. After the last testimony, you are so depressed. Huh?
Yes, I know.
Did JJ give you his contact details as well, Matlole? I'll send it again. And if you need my intervention, just let me know. Right, good afternoon, Mr. Motlong.
Good afternoon, Commissioner.
Welcome to the this inquiry of the South African Human Rights Commission.
Okay.
Because, well, let me just indicate to you this is a formal statutory inquiry of the Human Rights Commission into the state of, please leave your cell phone. Put it aside, thank you.
It's on silent.
This is an official statutory inquiry in terms of the South African Human Rights Commission Act into local government service provision, or in the case of the Free State as a whole, the lack of service provision. So because you are going to provide oral evidence, we are going to require you to do that under oath or affirmation. Which do you prefer?
Oath.
The oath, okay. Please state your name, your full names for the record. Full names. Just put the mic closer to your
Okay.
mouth.
My name is Fusi John Matlong. I'm the currently active
All right.
municipal manager of
And
Mitsima.
you say you will take the oath. Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I swear that the evidence I shall give
I swear that the evidence that I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mutlaung. Mr. Mutlaung, why are you late?
Well, I had other issues at municipality because there's
Uh-huh.
a security tender that we have actually advertised.
Uh-huh.
So the local business had some issues, in fact, so I needed to be
Uh-huh.
there to clarify those.
And you didn't feel that it's necessary to inform the Human Rights Commission that you would be late?
I did indicate to my office that they
Uh-huh.
should actually communicate or send an email to the commission to let them know that I'm on my way. I was actually
Yeah,
delayed.
because in terms of our formal regulations, you need to get approval from me to be late. You did not contact me. And even if your office contacted me, I would not have agreed. So we really take exception as the Human Rights Commission. It's late on the last day of the inquiry, and we had to sit here for an hour just waiting for you to conclude proceedings.
My apologies.
I really hope that you are not this relaxed when it comes to service delivery in Metsimaholo. All right, Mr. Mutlaung, let me just check with the Secretariat. Have we received the submission of Metsimaholo? All right, we've received the submission. It's projected on the screen. You have 10 minutes, Mr. Mutlaung, to take us through the service delivery challenges in your municipality. Please focus on water provision, or the lack of access to sufficient water in Metsimaholo.
Yes.
Sanitation challenges. You are located right next to the Vaal River. Are there sewage spillages? Is there raw sewer flowing into the Vaal River caused by your municipality? And then also please focus on refuse removal and the state of your landfill sites. Also indicate the initiatives that you've taken to address those challenges, projects that have been completed, and also planned projects and but those planned projects must be approved projects, either by national government, provincial government, and other organizations. 10 minutes only, so that you can go back to Sasolburg and have your long weekend.
All right. Thank you so much, Commissioner. Let me first apologize for arriving late. I hope my apology is accepted. As the municipality, we were required to respond to the notice that we received from the Commission. And then I think the Human Rights Commission required Metsimaholo to provide information as requested. The report is based on the information consolidated by senior management of Metsimaholo. The population of the municipalities disaggregated by each locality, according to Statistics SA, we have the population of about 158,000 with 49,000 households. Currently, the municipality does not have a data of the population disaggregated by each locality and what information. That's why the municipality will update such information as it would be available by June 2024 after Stats SA.
Please proceed to your service delivery challenges, Mr. Mutlaung.
Oh. The service delivery challenges that we have, number one, I think we have the challenge of the infrastructure that's actually packing up, and there's no maintenance plan in ensuring that the infrastructure's lifespan is actually prolonged. We have shortage of water. In fact, we have an area called Moy Dry, which is actually a new area which has just been formalized. We have water challenges there, so the plan is to have the boreholes so that we supply people in the area with water. We've got a pipe which also runs through from Randwater, which runs through to Heilbronn, which is not sufficient to provide the residents of Moy Dry. We have sanitary challenges in Temba Kubeka because we've got about 1,250 households, which is still a bucket system we have to remove the buckets. I think we do that once a week, the frequency at which we do that. And then we also have challenges of wastewater treatment plants which are not finished. We've got one in Orangeville, which we had to terminate the contractor for poor performance, and the contractor submitted a dispute which resulted in stalling that project. Refuse removal, we do it frequently, I think weekly. We are able to remove refuse removal. We've got about 12 compactor trucks which we are using, but most of which are actually old, and as a backup, we've got a panel of service providers, and when we don't have, we have those compactor trucks out of the road, we then go to the panel to get the services so that we keep the service running of removing the refuse and so on. And then we also have a challenge because there's a development along the river where there's currently a dispute with a service provider who installed services there. And we had to ask Mfuleni, which is a neighboring municipality, to service those people there. So currently we have an arbitration award against us of about 43 million, which we are servicing. But as we were busy servicing that debt, we then received a court order which prevented us from continuing to pay the debt. And as a result, we are unable to connect those people, to tie them in, to remove the burden from the Mfuleni municipality. Now, in a way, we are actually contributing to the spillage in that way, because the intention was actually to remove people from the infrastructure of Mfuleni local municipality into this one, which was constructed by the service provider. But unfortunately, because of this dispute that is actually raging, we are unable to stop the spillage into the Vaal River. I think also of importance, which I think the Commission will have to take note of, the municipality spent a lot of time without senior managers. I think we had senior managers up to 2017. When their contracts expired, then after the by-elections in 2017, the council operated without senior managers until 2022. Now, I think it's a period of about 5 years, if I'm not mistaken, without senior managers. So some of the programs, or rather the plans, were not properly executed, because if you don't have the senior management for that long, it means your infrastructure and everything else would actually collapse. And now we are actually busy to put things together, trying to put the municipality back to where it was before 2018, when the contract of the senior managers expired. Now, the areas in Metsimaholo, which like in Orangeville, we've got Zonke, which also has challenges of water.
You have 5 minutes, Mr. Mutlong.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Which have challenges of water, and from time to time, we do organize a water tanker to provide services to those people. And we also have the reservoirs which get affected by load shedding, because when you have load shedding, then the water levels, they actually drop. And when we have electricity supply back, then other areas, especially high areas, are unable to experience water on a consistent basis. But there are measures that we have in place, like for instance, transporting water through water tankers to provide water to those people. And then other things which I believe that the Commission has to know is that We've got the budget for some of the plants, like the wastewater treatment plant in the Naysville. It's actually regarded as one of the best treatment plants. We have actually completed that wastewater treatment plant. It has been commissioned. It's running. The only thing that is actually left is to have proper people who are working there so that we can ensure that they are able to keep it running, consistently. And then as for other plans, I believe if you check on the submission that we have made, there's a lot of information that's actually provided there, which I believe that the commission may have actually gone through that. And then I will actually provide clarity on some of the questions that the commission has. I hope I have actually addressed all the issues that the commission wanted me to address. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Motloang. I'm sure that the panelists will also highlight some of the complaints, human rights violation complaints that we have sent to the municipality, and you have not responded to them. So I'm going to request the panelists to have information on the complaints, just to refer to that. But we had a complainant here on Monday. He's from the Naysville, representing a community forum in Metsimaholo, Orangeville, the Naysville, and I assume Sasolburg as well. And they were extremely concerned about service provision in Metsimaholo, specifically with regards to water provision. He provided us with evidence on the sewer spills in the Vaal River. It's a stormwater pipe, and suddenly, the stormwater pipe is also used to channel the sewer into the river.
Yeah.
So that for us is serious. Mr. Motloang, everyone, in terms of the Bill of Rights, is entitled to a clean and safe environment. You have seen the state of the Vaal River. People are complaining about illness, cholera, because of the spillages that take place in the Vaal River and other rivers in the Free State Province. And we have also heard evidence of 3 accounting officers who've been charged criminally. Charges laid by Department of Water and Sanitation. So it is friendly advice from the Human Rights Commission that you need to address that as a matter of urgency. I don't know, you'll have to take interim measures, not only to avoid being charged criminally, but people are suffering. The people from Gauteng are now receivers of diseases from the Free State. Yes. I want you to address us on how you're going, in the interim, it's long weekend. Does the community, especially the community who don't have access to, in the informal settlements, who don't have water reticulation or taps or whatever, will they be having access to water this long weekend? And then also address us on, in the interim, I'm sure Ms. Morojele will ask you about buckets in the municipality, whether they have been eradicated, but how you will be addressing sanitation, sewer spillages in particular. I'm also going to ask the other panelists to, yes, Mr. Mpure.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Dade, for joining us. We had Mr. McCarroll giving testimony about Metsimaholo, and I came out and to ask him in his opinion, does he believe that the challenges that Metsimaholo are experiencing need engineering solutions? He said yes. So I guess you agree with him that you need engineering solutions there to deal with the challenges. So my question is, how does your technical people, do you have technical people in the municipality, qualified people, engineers who will be able to deal with these challenges? As you respond to that, can you perhaps maybe respond to your vacancy rate within the municipality, whether you have unfilled positions or not? And also, we had complaints about water cuts that are no notification to the community about impending water cuts. Does your municipality has a water shading program that the community knows about? So yes, those are the questions that I want you to respond to now. Thank you.
Mr. Modise, do you have questions?
Thank you, Ntate Motloung.
Okay.
We've been inspecting Rifenkgotso for quite some time. We have done inspections.
Yes.
And there's, a station, I don't know, you call it a wastewater treatment works there, that has been, constructed. Is it the one that you are referring that it is now complete?
Yes, there's one that has been completed, and there's also another one on the R57, if you are familiar with Rifenkgotso.
Yes.
There was a problem with that one, which has
Yes.
been upgraded. Now it's actually working quite well now.
So the spillage from Rifenkgotso has been now resolved, because there was spillage that is going directly into the Val Dam.
Yeah, that one we have actually addressed it, but there's another, substation, which I think is also a problem, which was actually picked up by the AG. There's material irregularity to that effect, which we're actually attending to. So I'm not sure if that's actually the one that you're talking about, which is actually still,
yes,
contributing to the, there's still a spillage originating from that one.
And this is the subject of litigation that you are busy disputing in courts?
No, that one is actually separate. This is about the development and along the river, yes, which is a subject of litigation, yeah.
All right. When will you be able to resolve that? I'm sure that you have seen the lettuce that is growing into the water, which really threatens our very scarce water resource. We were advised also that Lesotho Highlands will be closing for renovations or sometime in November, and our concern is with this lettuce being at this stage and growing, we were advised that every 2 weeks it grows in terms of diameter around there, and for us it's a very growing concern. What is municipality going to do to address that, so that at least we know that there is water that will be readily available, should that process go. Secondly, the state of roads in Zamdela, they are at a very, very, you can't drive inside Zamdela, that Motloung. It's bad, and we have driven around that area, and when we do inspections, you need a very high, motor vehicle. You struggle, you actually literally drive off the road. What is municipality going to do? Immediate plans, with that, and some other spillages that happen inside, the Zamdela itself. Thank you, Dr. Motloung.
Thank you, Ms. Morojele.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Motloung. I would like to ask a couple of questions. You indicated that refuse removal is done regularly, but we have received complaints that that's not the case, and as a result, illegal dumping sites are growing. Another issue, okay, Mr. Modise covered that one. The other issue is air pollution. The Vaal Triangle, and Sasolburg included, has been found to have extremely high and dangerous levels of harmful air pollution. So I want to know, what is the municipality doing about that?
Okay.
And then also, with the witness that Mr. Mpore referred to, also indicated that, businesses are struggling. And, as any municipality, businesses are a good source of revenue. And so, service delivery impacting business not only will impact the municipality, but create unemployment and all of those things. So I think it's very important that the municipality now try to treat these matters with urgency. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mutlong. You can respond to those questions, but I need a response on access to water. I need to understand how you're going to deal with these sewer spillages as a matter of urgency on an interim basis.
Yes.
We cannot continue like this, and then just respond to the other questions as well.
Okay. No, thank you so much, Commissioner. Well, we have a plan in terms of providing water to the people. Like I had indicated that we would organize a water tanker in the meantime so that we are able to provide those people with water. And that we have done in instances where we have not had water. There had always been a plan B to provide people with water. I think in the interim, the one of the spillage into the Vaal River, I will have to assemble a team. I think as I leave here, I'll call them tomorrow to see if we can't actually come with plans in the interim so that we don't continue to contribute to the spillage into the Vaal River. That I would do as I leave here. I think I'll communicate with the Director, Technical Services and Infrastructure so that we come with a plan in order to prevent that from happening. In terms of the qualified staff, I don't think we do have engineers within the municipality because some of the people left the municipality when they reached the retirement age. And we have been struggling to fill those positions because, like I have indicated, when you have had no senior managers for that long, then obviously a lot of critical vacancies have not been filled.
What is the reason for that? Why is it not being filled? What is the root cause? Since 2017, we're looking at almost 7 years now. What is the root cause?
Well, Commissioner, at the moment, those positions are filled. Like I indicated, they were only filled in 2022. From 2018 until 2022, around May, those positions had been vacant. And there was a report to the Municipal Council in terms of Regulation 17 after the recruitment was done. And when the report got to the Municipal Council, then some of the councillors said no. Those appointments can't be made because they suspect that there could have been tampering with the process and so on when there wasn't actually the factual basis for that. And then we have had a hung municipality, and with hung municipalities it's actually difficult because political parties take their party political issues into council. So it's difficult to actually stabilize the environment. But it's only now when things are actually beginning to shape up, even though that we have a hung municipality. But there has been a lot of things that we have done. In fact, just yesterday, the Municipal Council appointed the substantive municipal manager and the CFO after we terminated the contract of the former municipal manager and the CFO to tender irregularities. So that process is done. We've got the substantive manager, municipal manager from the 1st of April, and the CFO as well.
Are you acting then? What?
Yes, I'm acting until the 31st, and I have been appointed from the 1st of April.
As MM?
As MM, yes.
Congratulations.
No, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Commissioner.
So what is the plan, since you have now admitted that you don't have critical skills? What is the plan? What is the plan for you to get these people so that at least you can come up with a plan to eradicate whatever it is happening there in Metsimaholo? We were shown pictures here of the whole entire dam. It didn't look good. I mean, that was like, I don't know, that's a clear violation of human rights.
Yes.
So I think since you have been appointed permanently, I think you have to come up with a strategy of how you're going to get the best of the very best in this country who can come and help your municipality in eradicating the problems that are there. So what is the plan, Municipal Mayor? Do you have a plan to bring these skilled people to come to your municipality?
No, definitely, Commissioner. That's what we are going to attend. In fact, we started with the PMU. We have had an acting PMU manager, and that department also, division, is not actually fully staffed. And some of the projects, they are unable to monitor the projects. That's why there's some of the poor workmanship, we actually have a plan in terms of addressing those. So we'll be embarking on the recruitment of the right people, especially people with the requisite skills like the engineers and so on, in order for us to address issues of infrastructure without delay.
Ms. Morojele?
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Mutlaung, you indicated that positions have started to be filled since 2022.
Yes, 2022, yes, correct.
And then how long have you been acting for?
Well, I acted from the 5th of July last year.
Okay.
The MM was appointed from the 1st of June 2022.
Okay.
And then he had to go through a disciplinary process which resulted in termination of his contract.
Yeah.
Yes, that was done in November last year. Then immediately thereafter we started, we set in motion the process of recruitment and selection, which culminated in the appointment yesterday.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you also indicated that when you leave here, then you will be assembling your team to deal with the sewage going into the Vaal.
Correct.
Is this the first time you are hearing about sewage going into the Vaal?
Yeah, this one I'm actually hearing it for the first time. Like I am saying, this one of along the riverbank, yes, that one I know that it has actually been an issue for quite a while, yes.
Okay.
So we intended tying those people over, but until the DA took the matter to court, so we could not actually, do anything with it, yes.
So are you also aware of the water lettuce issue?
Say it again, Commissioner?
Are you aware of the water lettuce?
Yes, I'm aware of the water lettuce, yes. The alien plants which invaded the Vaal River, yes, I'm quite aware of that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Right. You're aware, Mr. Mutlaum, that in terms of local government legislation, you as municipal manager have the authority to appoint staff.
Yes.
Council has the authority to appoint your Section 56, 57 employees, and that they have done, according to you, including yourself. You have the authority to appoint the other staff members. I find it strange that after the appointment of your HODs, that it has taken almost 2 years to fill the other positions, critical positions. If you can just, explain to us why that has been a challenge.
Well, thank you, Commissioner. I got appointed as Director of Corporate Services last year in February. Then immediately thereafter, I actually started with process of recruiting, other people. I think about 77 people that we've been able to recruit. Unfortunately, amongst the 77 that we were able to recruit, those with technical skills, we have not been lucky to actually get those. Now, in the interim, obviously, I don't know, I've checked with the MM of STATE-DAY4 to check the skill that they have. But what we are currently doing, there's an audit that we are doing to audit the skill that we have. Because some of the people would find that they have been studying while in the municipality, so their CVs and everything else, or their work profile has not been properly updated. So we want to check. At times you'd find that we have that skill internally, then we can then place people properly, especially those who furthered actually their studies. But like I have just indicated, we will be, I think in 2 weeks' time, we will place an advert which is intended to get people with requisite skill, especially in technical services, to be able to arrest the situation. Because like I indicated, our infrastructure is actually picking up. We need people who will help us to come with maintenance plan as well, which would help prolong the lifespan of the infrastructure that we have.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't help that you know, you have been bragging about all the improvements and all the infrastructure development projects. It's of no use if you don't have skilled people to operate those
Yes.
plants and so on. So you need to address that as a matter of urgency. We are also aware, Mr. Mutlaung, of the findings of the Auditor General
Yes.
with regards to your municipality, specifically with regards to material irregularities.
Yes.
And I'm going to read this to you because I want it in the record.
Okay.
The Auditor General is saying, findings were identified on dysfunctional wastewater treatment plants and waste landfill sites. This was due to a combination of poor management in terms of minimum requirements, theft and vandalism. The collapse of the wastewater treatment works resulted in raw sewage being discharged into the environment. Material irregularities were issued due to the likely substantial harm to the public as a result of the pollution to the environment. That's what the AG is saying.
Yes.
So, not only is the Human Rights Commission concerned about harm to the community, harm to the public, but so is the Auditor General. And the municipality is still sitting on, you know, contemplating whether we should appoint and this plan and waiting for this professional report from consulting engineers. In the meantime, the situation is deteriorating in the municipality. And that to us is of extreme concern, especially the sewage spillages in the Vaal River. So I don't know if you have other questions, Mr.
Just a
Mpore?
comment.
Yes.
One thing that I also do not understand, we have 2 universities in this province. None of the municipalities are using them for whether engineering, technical expertise, research. We are not using these universities. Why are we not using them? We as the Human Rights Commission have a relationship with them. We are using them for what we need. I don't understand why municipality cannot use them. It's just a comment. It's something that maybe you can look into. Thank you.
All right.
No, thank you so much for
Mr. Mutlaung, I'm not going to ask you to respond to those questions because I don't think you have an answer. It's just a matter of going back to your municipality
Yes.
and ensuring that you produce, that you start addressing the human rights violations in your municipality with regards to water provision, with regards to sewer spillages, with regards to the landfill sites. You know, you are saying all these nice things about your landfill sites. The Auditor General is saying something completely different.
Yes.
Eh? And remember, you are under oath.
Yes.
So we are expecting of you to go back and to address these challenges as a matter of urgency. Otherwise, we will also have to use our legislation to enforce what we are saying. So, okay. Mr. Mutlaung, within 7 days, I'm requesting that you provide the Commission, through the office of Mr. Modise, with a water development plan. Do you have a piece of paper?
Yeah. Yes.
Piece of paper. There's a lot of things that you need to provide us with. A water development plan.
Yes, Commissioner.
Integrated waste development plan.
Okay.
A list of all your completed projects addressing the areas that I've identified. That would be water, the challenges with regard to the provision of water, the issues around sewage, sewer spills, landfill sites, refuse removal. You said it's removed on a weekly basis. Mr. Mpore has said to you that is incorrect. We have evidence saying that is not correct. So completed projects on you dealing with those areas. Also, your planned and approved projects, not wish lists, approved projects by, you know, your national, provincial departments, your national treasury, and all, you know, all the funders and funding that you get from specifically national treasury, provincial treasury, etc. Is there a need for a financial recovery plan, Ms. Morojele? You are our finance expert. Yes, your financial recovery plan. Which other plans do we require, Mr. Mpore? Do we need the appointment and a schedule of your appointment of skilled staff members? If we can get that as well. Mr. Modise, what else do we require from the MM? The contact person. All right. All right. Then lastly, MM. Because we've been struggling with your municipality a great deal, and also other municipalities, we have embarked on an approach to a rapid response approach as the Human Rights Commission. You know, we sometimes get complaints from ordinary citizens about an elderly woman, for example, with a blocked sewer right in front of a home. And, you know, rather than us writing a letter to you and you not responding to it, or lodging a formal investigation, we would rather like to have a contact person in your municipality, obviously not you, but a person whose cell phone would be on 24/7. So, and preferably in your technical setup, who we can call, refer him to a specific area in the municipality, and request them that there be urgent and rapid reaction from the municipality in addressing those challenges. So I'm going to request you to provide the name and the cell phone number to the lady sitting there raising her hand when you leave. So that, and please ensure, don't be like Mangaung. They give us numbers and then the people don't take our calls. Please ensure that the persons, you know, he must save the number of the Human Rights Commission, the landline number or what. So when he or she sees this number, takes the call, listens to the complaint, addresses the issue, and we can inform the complainant within an hour or 7 that it has been addressed. Okay. All right. On that note, Mr. Motlaung, thank you very much for driving to the city of Mangaung, attending this inquiry. Congratulations on your appointment once again.
Thank you.
I'm going to keep you to your work. Apparently, you will be meeting your team tomorrow.
Yes.
Can we get a report from you on the outcome of your meeting?
I will do that.
Can we also get it within 7 days?
Oh, yes.
Perfect.
I'll do that, yes.
Lovely. Thank you very much. Blessed Easter weekend for you. Please drive safely back home. You are released. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Boshoff. We just want to report writer just to indicate our bundles. Mangaung Metro, which started today on the 28th of March 2024, would record them as the 18th bundle. And Cocta's submission will be the 19th bundle. Masilonyana municipality will be the 20th bundle, and Metsimaholo's submission will be the 21st bundle. And that will be our last bundle. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you very much. You know, I'm still fresh. You know, my co-panel members were saying to me the whole day, actually from yesterday, Commissioner, you are torturing us. We want to go home earlier. I cannot take it anymore. It's too much. But I'm still fresh, you know. I still want to continue. Is there not another municipality we can get here, or department? All right. No, the last item on the agenda is the adjournment. And ladies and gentlemen, today, being the 28th of March, marks the end of the Commission's inquiry into the state of service delivery within local government in the Free State Province. As you know, the inquiry commenced on Monday, the 25th of March. During the course of these 4 days, the Commission has engaged with and received submissions from stakeholders representing all corners of the province, from both state and non-state institutions, as well as from individual community members and organized civil society. The inquiry process was inquisitorial in nature as opposed to being accusatorial. The Commission will then begin the process of analysis of the submissions received and come up with findings and recommendations documented in an inquiry report. This is with a view to securing appropriate redress where the human right to water has been violated. I would like to thank everyone, and I really mean it, everyone involved in making this inquiry a success. The media and a live streaming team is acknowledged. You really provided a very, very professional service, and we do appreciate that. The work of the sign language interpretation team is appreciated. Thank you so much. Thank you also for your friendliness during the tea break and all the nice chats we had. The sterling work of the Free State Provincial Office is appreciated. Sincere thanks to Alina Kompedi, Lecholo Nkabiti, Lesejo Diteho, Mpotao, Sibusiso Mantambo, Violet Masike, Alice Ndondo, and Jake. I really appreciate. Macy, which one is you now? Of all these fancy names I've read. Alice Ndondo. All right. Thank you for being here, ne? And thank you for always smiling and being the person that you are. And Brother Jake, I felt very safe here the last 4 days with you being here. Sharp. Gratitude is extended to my office, Mpotao, and a specific and special thank you to Peacemo Modi. You know, I was saying Peacemo to Mpo during the break. Is there something the two of us can do to make Peacemo less efficient and effective? Thank you so much. You know, I'm thinking of something, and then you would say, "No, Commissioner, I emailed it to you 2 days ago already." So, sorry, there's a slip of the tongue. Mpo, sorry, Mpo Soku. Apologies for that. And she, you know, Free State Office Mpo came here, and she set the bar there. She made a fashion statement each and every day. So let's follow that example, all right? To the panelists, Tunoko Modise, Naledi Morejele, and Tabo Mpore, thank you very much. Thank you for asking very relevant questions, keeping our witnesses on their toes. You know, going forward, one day I will not be around, and Mr. Motise will not be around. I hope the two youngsters have learned enough to also, to be in a position going forward to also chair panels and to represent the Human Rights Commission very well. And then our report writer, I was not provided with your name, Gertrude. Gertrude, I really look forward to the report. I'm grateful I'm not in your shoes, I'm grateful. But I spoke to you, you provided me with your resume the other day. I have no doubt that the report we're going to get from you will be at a different level. So thank you for being here. Looking at your screen, every time I look up, I look at you and I see you're on your laptop busy looking at the screen and typing. So good luck with that process. It was nice meeting you as well.
That is now a most valuable laptop.
Yep. Thank you to all of you. I hope I haven't excluded anyone. The inquiry proceedings are therefore accordingly adjourned. Thank you. Goodbye. Enjoy the long weekend. The two of you traveling to wherever, travel safely. See you on Wednesday, Tuesday or Wednesday. All right. Take care. Bye-bye.